Oh. Oh boy. Okay. It's been a while. Hello, hello. It's been a while. I don't remember what I normally say at the start of these things. Oh jeez. Hello, generic.
All aboard.
Oh, thank you for the resubscription speech. Oh, Jesus Christ. You feel like an ancient artifact. That's kinda funny. I sound tired. I was taking a nap before this. Hello, Razdazzy. I was taking a nap slightly before this, so I might still be low energy, I suppose, but for the past few days was like, yeah, I need to stream again. There's so much that's been going on, I should stream again. Instead of just like putting a Discord message like a normal person, let's just stream. I figured that I needed to stream again at some point. But I kept not, like, the timing just kept not being right. I would attempt to after work, but then either we would get held late or I'd agree to, like, go to the laundromat with one of my roommates. Oh shoot, do I even have a hydrate? I think I do. Yes, I do. Okay. I knew I was forgetting something. I didn't check if I had a hydrate or a dehydrate. But yeah, the timing just wasn't working out for a while, but I decided I have to stream on one of my days off. I have to. But then the weather has been kind of wonky, so we've been having a lot of, like, severe thunderstorms. Specifically around the time that I normally stream. Actually doing the hydrate. Yeah. So it's been like 2 months, I think. It's been a while. Hello everyone in chat. Oh boy. I wasn't sure if there would even be anyone in chat for this stream, but I wanted to try. Even so. We had a bit of a well, typically no, jellyfish going ashore tends to result in death, like in most cases, unless someone throws them back or the shore, like, you know, like the tide carries them back in, but... Oh god. So we had a severe thunderstorm today as well. I probably should have checked the weather for that. I figured we might, just because we seem to have a system going through. For the past like 5 days, we've had consistently thunderstorms around like 6 p.m. to about 10 p.m. So I figured, you know what? I'm just gonna do it and see what happens. And it sure did storm around like 7 or so. Actually, it may have been closer to 8. I think the internet cut out because the storm had started. And I was starting to get ready for stream, and then I was like, oh god. The Spectrum sends me a message saying there's an outage in the area, because of course there is, when isn't there? And I just decide, alright, I'm taking a nap. I'm gonna take a nap. So I take a nap. I wake up, the storm got worse. Okay, I'm going back to sleep. I think I was like, kind of updating the Discord as it went along. At some point I was like, man, they probably think I'm like procrastinating so I don't have to go live tonight. Eventually the storm starts to like die down around, what time is it now? Around 10, I think it starts to like taper off on its own. One of my roommate's cats is in here, or was in here. He is no longer in here, but he's afraid of thunder, so I think he just wanted to be close to someone, and I just happened to open my door and he bolted in, so... For a while he was just hiding under my chair, and I could not get him out, because I cannot touch him. I am allergic, and my hands start to feel weird after a few seconds of contact. So I was trying to get him out with the towel. I was trying to like pull him with the towel, and he didn't want to go. It was a whole thing. I can't spin the chair when he's under it, or else I might like squish him, and I do not want to do that. That's like a fear I've had since childhood of accidentally squishing cats underneath a recliner. I don't know why, but oh geez. I got him out a few minutes ago, and then I just decided, you know what, we're going live. I don't remember how exactly my stream setup normally is. I have moved where my little camera is, so I don't know if you guys can tell. I might be facing forward a little bit more than I normally do. Usually my eyes are off to like one side, like really noticeably, but hopefully now they're centered more, or like they move a bit more. Hopefully. It never occurred to me to just move where my camera is. I'm not sure why. I'm not typically known for being very smart. That might be part of the issue. Oh jeez. At least it wasn't Silent Hill for 3 days. Does that mean like fog rolled in where y'all are, or? I think I might prefer the fog over the rain, just because I have to walk places sometimes and I don't like having to walk through thunderstorms. Hazardous smog, okay. Did you guys hear about the weird green haze that was like on Florida for a while? And it just went away on its own or something? I remember hearing about it for like a couple days and then it went away and no one really talked about it. It was just kind of a thing that was happening, I guess. No one knows what caused it. It was like, I think it may have been like at the start of the year or slightly before the year rolled over. But something was happening in Florida. I have no idea what though. Blame the government. Honestly, safe assessment at that point. You could probably pin it on the government and be right like 80% of the time. I'd say so at least. Oh jeez. It has been very hot here recently, so I can't really complain about the rain too much, just because honestly we probably need it, considering how it's been. The temperature wise has been like not as bad as some places, like we can't grill eggs on the road or anything, but it has been kind of hazardous if you go outside for prolonged periods of time, because we don't really have any types of shelter to go under if you're like trying to walk to the food store, which I do on occasion, so you're just in direct sunlight for the entirety of that 20-minute walk. It's rather unfortunate. We have one whole sidewalk and it only exists for like a couple feet before it goes away again. And then you have to walk through the dreaded field. So far, nothing bad has happened to me while going through the field, but it is not great. Every year, like every couple months, honestly, something bad happens in that field. I don't know what's wrong with it. They play soccer in that field. Oh right, art fight. I forgot that was going on. Haven't ever participated in that. I don't ever keep track of when it starts, but apparently this year's art fight has been kind of lackluster for some. Not too sure. Doomed Yuri. How did toxic fog remind you of Doomed Yuri? What could possibly be the context there? You know what? Actually, it's Doomed Yuri, I guess. Toxic fog, Doomed Yuri, that kind of goes hand in hand at this point. Have you guys been keeping up with the news about the Madoka Magica movie? I don't know if any of y'all watch Madoka Magica, but I kept up with it for a little bit a couple years ago. I'm mildly excited about the movie, but it's been stuck in production hell for a while, so I'm wondering if it's going to end up pulling a Code Geass, or if it'll stick the landing. I'm kind of... I don't know. I'm kind of like... trying to curb my expectations just in case it is another Code Geass situation. Toxic Fog, the Doomed Yuri you read was about a girl losing their partner From a nuclear blast. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh boy. July 1st. Okay. I'll try to keep that in mind. I don't think I'll ever participate in Art Fight, but July 1st is when the teams will be out. I remember last year had a really interesting theme. I don't remember what it was. It was like fossils versus gemstones, I think? I might be remembering like 2 years ago, but I remember it was like that. I think the current year is like horror versus comedy or something. I swear that was like a Splatoon theme once in Splatoon 2. Splatfest theme, I think. I'm realizing I have the I have my little monitor webcam thing a little bit closer to me than I normally do, so you can catch like every time my eyes get wider. That's kind of funny. Oh boy. The slightest hint of emotion and my eyes get huge. Ah, jeez. Very true. That was intentional. The doomed jury is written into the lore. You have a mandatory Yuri attack. Oh my god. Two birds on a wire. I forgot. We were making an animatic about that one with that song a while back, but then we had to like move, or what is it called when you upgrade your phone? Because iPhone does that stupid thing where like every couple years like whatever phone you're using dies, and then they'll be like, well, if you switch to this new plan you can get the newest iPhone model for free. So we did that. And it's like a weird, complicated situation where my phone was for some reason hooked to my dad's phone on the plan. So we kind of shared like everything, like cloud data, I suppose. So all of our photos were linked together, our accounts were linked together. It was stupid. It took so much time to unhook them from each other. But as a result, I lost my, whatchamacallit? Flip-a-clip was what I was working with for that animatic, and because of that, I lost the original account I had hooked to it. So when transferring the phones and unhooking the iCloud, I lost the entire thing. So I'd have to start over from scratch. I did think about that. Luckily, I never saved anything, like, weird to my phone. So at most, there's just a giant section on my photo gallery of dinosaurs. Like, not even cartoon dinosaurs, just like museum poster cutout dinosaurs. And there's just like 50 of them in a row. So I'm sure that wasn't at all confusing. It's like at the very bottom too. So like as soon as our phones got hooked together, he just got like a flood of dinosaurs. I don't even know why. Like, I still have them. They're still at the bottom of my gallery. There's just a bunch of dinosaurs down there. I could not tell you why. I think I still have a dinosaur phase. I'm kind of surprised we didn't turn out to be dinosaur VTubers, honestly. I really hope there's, like, a VTuber out there who has a dinosaur theme entirely just because they've been around for a while. And they know, like, the olden lore that the Gen Z kids just wouldn't know. And they get to, like, flex their knowledge on all the Gen Zers. God, we've got, like, a new generation now, too, don't we? Like, there's Gen Z, and then there's, like, one after them now. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Ever heard the bird song? She was a bird, I was a feather. I don't know if I've heard that one. I have heard a song that goes something like she was a bird and I was an arrow. Something like that. That might be the same song, but I don't know. that's something like the lyrics, and it's supposed to be a song about accidentally hurting people you love. Okay, yeah, I have heard that song. I've only ever heard the part that gets turned into an animation meme, though. Hydrate. This is true. There's so many different animatic ideas that we could potentially do. I just need to lock in and actually do them. Oh boy. I'm trying to think. So, in a couple of months from now, the roommate situation is going to shake up again. But it will result in our rent being a bit lower, so hopefully I'll be able to set some money aside for, like, projects for VTubing. Because one thing I want to do is, we're going to be doing a soft rebrand, reboot for the channel. I feel like that's probably been a long time coming. We've mentioned it here and there that we might want to look into like a 2.0 design or something. I think what we're probably going to end up doing is more along the lines of a just soft reboot. We're still probably going to have the train theme and the jellyfish theme. That's more of why it's a soft reboot. I don't even know if it counts as a soft reboot. It's just more of a like soft reset on the lore, I guess. Because I still really like the train theme and I like the jellyfish theme, and of course it's going to be me and Zinc. We're not going anywhere. I'll touch upon the roommate situation in a little bit, but there is, yeah, a bit of another reincarnation, even though nothing's really changing, I suppose. We've had a bit of a revelation towards the start of the year. We had like a small, I guess revelation is the right word, where we realized something. It really won't shift. I was gonna say shuffle. I don't think that's a word. It won't really shuffle the dynamic of the channel because there's always been two of us, but you guys know how like way early on, back when we were like still doing power wash streams, if you guys are around for that, sometimes we would get new viewers who popped in and they'd see the line switch option and they'd ask, oh, do you have DID? Are you a system? And we would say no. It's just a channel gimmick. Don't look any further into it, it's just a channel gimmick. Well, about that. So it turns out it might not be just a channel gimmick. DID system. It's basically, it's been an interesting few months, but yeah, so around the start of the year, we started to realize, oh, a lot of these issues that we're having are like lining up a little bit too close with what a DID system would be. I don't know how to really explain it in a way that makes sense, but I guess for the longest time there's always been hints of, wow, it feels like a different person said this, or wow, it looks like a different person wrote this, or wow, my handwriting looks really weird, how did this happen? And it turns out there's a reason for that. Even the channel's gimmick from the get-go, I guess, could have maybe been more of a sign. But yeah, luckily, I guess it kind of just depends on the person, but luckily, in my opinion, we are a small system. So there's really not much more to it then Zinc, and one other. We kind of got, I don't know if screwed over is the right word, but we did latch on to the names Zinc and Xenon, so those names do apply to at least me and Zinc, but there is one other who may or may not be getting added to our channel roster. It kind of worked out in a way that we already had this set up for the channel, but yeah, for around the start of the year is when we kind of had the inclination, and then we got the confirmation a couple months ago, maybe 4 months or so ago, and it's just been kind of... I don't... I suppose it's kind of like a hindsight thing, you know? The signs were kind of always there, we just didn't know. Or I guess... we had the suspicion about a year ago. We had the suspicion about a year ago, but we didn't have a way to confirm it, or even really a desire to confirm it, just because of how, I don't know, some people get weird about systems, so we weren't sure if we were going to mention it on stream ever, after we found out, like about 4 or so months ago, got the confirmation that probably is what's going on. So it was more of a, oh, well, shoot, what do we do now? Again, it probably wouldn't have been an issue, and we probably just would not have mentioned it if we didn't have the names linked up to us, unfortunately. If you've ever noticed the shifting of our voices, I suppose, that's one indicator. I'm not really sure how to explain it. I was really hoping this would be a Zinc stream, but she never came to the front, so... Oops. I'm doing my best. I'm not really sure how to explain it. I can try to put a more coherent explanation in the Discord at some point, but I guess what it boils down to is we're just going to do a bit of a soft reboot for the channel just to make it more cohesive for us. Because of the name shuffle, it is kind of odd. Like, I don't know how much information the general person has on how a DID system works, but yeah, the line switch. The reason we stopped doing it is just because it became difficult to manage, I suppose. It's... how do I explain this? So, line switching, for the most part, was not an actual switch. It was just us pretending to be the other. So, if I were to line switch currently, it would still be me just pretending to be Zinc. Which isn't very comfortable, hence why we stopped doing it a while ago. We stopped doing it before we realized the DID thing, though. It just wasn't very comfortable. I think part of it was just getting called the wrong name, but the other part of it was just we do have drastically different energy levels. So Zinc really does speak in a higher pitch, but hers is more natural as opposed to when I am trying to mimic it, because it's a weird, like, physical shift in the vocal cords. I naturally speak in the lower register. Not, like, that much lower, but I tend to speak slightly slower in a lower tone. So if I try to go into Zinc's pitch, there's like a... I guess it's like if you were to try to sing in the wrong register, kind of. Like if you were just trying to do something your voice physically does not want to do, or it's difficult for you to do. But, so that's part of why the line switch stopped occurring. Like, we just don't have it as a redeem, because it's just kind of difficult to, I guess, pretend to be the other. If this were a system thing, I'm pretty sure it would have been fine. It still may have been a bit stressful to change the pitch of the voice constantly, but I think it would have been more manageable if it didn't turn out to be the way that it is. So that's something. Learned something new about ourselves around the start of the year. If it didn't get in the way so much when it came to VTubing, I think we may have just not mentioned it and just continued on as we were. But because of the line switching and the... Occasionally, we do just end up switching who's, like, fronting, is how you would call it. So... it got a bit... hectic. So that's probably also why... I do remember a couple times, specifically once during the, what was it? It was a Legends Arceus stream. We had line switched at some point, and it was very obvious that the voice was slipping back into the original register. Like, I'm pretty sure it was still me pretending to be Zinc, so my voice was not staying in the high register. And also, something interesting we learned was that different parts of a system can have different, like, mini disorders. And one that I've realized I have is a sleeping disorder. So I get very tired for pretty much no reason. No matter how much sleep we have, I will always be tired when I switch in. So those moments on stream where I'd randomly get really tired, yeah, that was what was happening. This probably sounds odd. A very odd thing to bring up on stream, but it has unfortunately been getting... It's been getting in the way of streaming a little bit. Just because of the mix around with the names. I think if our names were not Xenon and Zinc, it probably would not be an issue, but... Unfortunately, we latched on to these names. Yeah, I appreciate you guys taking it well. There was debate within our system over if we should mention it on stream. That's why it really took a while to come up. And kind of why our streams have been so sporadic. So it's just kind of, I don't know, it's one of those things that people kind of don't understand very well. It's kind of difficult to explain, so I don't really blame people for not getting it, because obviously it's a mental disorder, and it's one of those... It's one of those heavily stigmatized ones where the media doesn't really understand it, and they like to use it for shock value. So I think a lot of people's impression of DID is that it's like a violent disorder, but it's really not a violent thing. I don't really think I'm any more angry. Well, I don't think it makes me violent. It's just one of those... It's It's a trauma response, unfortunately. It's born from trauma, which is just unfortunate. And for the longest time, that was why I figured I probably could not have DID. I figured I wasn't traumatized as a kid. Because that's usually when it forms, it's when you're a child. It forms from childhood trauma or just really bad situations that go on when you're younger. That's the most common way to get it. I think there are other ways to get it, I just don't know what they are. I figured I just didn't have that messed up of a childhood, so obviously I couldn't have it because I didn't have it that bad. But then I realized it was a bit of a recent revelation that, oh, I actually can't remember a large chunk of my childhood. Apparently that is a very common thing with DID too. It's not guaranteed to be DID just because you can't remember your childhood, but I specifically do not have a lot of memories of my childhood. And I was always kind of told growing up, hey, you kind of act really different sometimes, and I wouldn't be able to explain why, because I just don't have any memories of it. And it was interesting putting the pieces together. Like, oh, okay. Apparently, DID is way more common than apparently it's stated to be. It's just really hard to diagnose. So a lot of people may just live on not knowing that they have it, or just don't have the ability to get it diagnosed, but it's been interesting. I did, while watching the clips from on my birthday when we watched the clips, I had already kind of connected the dots at that point, so I already knew at that point. But, it's like, there were specific clips where in my head I was like, yep, that was me, that was not me. That was me, that was not me. That was Zinc pretending to be me, or that was the third member of our system, who we'll probably name eventually, but I want to kind of ease you guys into this. I know I've already dumped a lot of stuff on you, so I want to not dump everything on you guys all at once. I do appreciate that none of you guys have freaked out. Or at least if you guys are freaking out, you haven't told me outright. It feels like you learn something new every time we return from hiatus. I feel like that's true. I am an ever-evolving jellyfish, unfortunately. Jeez. Who? Personally, I feel like you're either Xenon or Zinc whenever you're fronting. Yeah, so we have... I'm pretty sure there's only 3 of us. We're kind of wondering if there might be a 4th one now, but we don't know who they are, if there is a 4th one. Don't know anything about them other than they might be non-verbal. We're not really sure. So that's something we're kind of keeping an eye on, but for the most part it is just me, me being Xenon, Zinc, and the 3rd one, who actually I think is here more than Zinc is. I appreciate it, guys. It's just gonna... the channel's gonna be a jellyfish omni line. We were wondering about how to go forward with that, since we do... with the soft rebrand, I guess, as we've been calling it, it'll just kind of be pretty much the same as it's been, except just one more person is added into the mix. And then line switching will be active, but only when, we do end up switching who's in the front. That was part of what we were kind of... That was the main reason we were taking so long to come back, was just the trying to figure out, do we tell chat? Do we just kind of go on as we are? It's been kind of difficult. We also realized along the way that we all have different preferences for games, which is partially also why we were struggling with the gaming part. Sometimes we co-front. And it's a nightmare. It's just trying to figure out who's playing the game and who's talking to chat, and it's just not syncing up. Wonder if the other person fronts as a jellyfish or as a fish. That is a good question. Yeah, co-fronting. It's when there are two alters at the front at the same time. So it's a... How do I explain this? So usually in a system there are the alters. There's usually a host as well, like the primary personality. In our system, we actually don't know who it is. The only one we can rule out is it is not Zinc. It is not Zinc. That is the only thing we can rule out. Which is probably a good thing, because her voice puts a lot of strain on our throat. It's kind of unfortunate. But, so... It's either me or the third member of our unit. But we can have multiple of us active at one time. So it's not just like one person's at the front and then the rest are dormant, or vice versa. It's just kind of... It's kind of rare for us. We don't typically co-front very often, I think probably because there's just 3 of us. Maybe 4, we're not really sure. So we... Oh boy. I moved my phone in front of the chat box. Now it's like, oh god. Oh geez, I have like 2 open chats and I'm trying to look at the one that's being covered by my phone. I'm not very smart. Oh geez. Maybe they're a fish. It's possible. If you guys would like to hear about it, I can talk a little bit about what we have discovered over time about the different... I don't mind talking about it. I just don't want to, like, unnerve anyone else. Because I know when it comes to talking about things like this, it's one of those, it's one of those things where you kind of want to know how the other person's feeling about it before you just start rambling about it. For a while we were less, like, open about talking about it. Again, because, you know, there's, like, a bit of a stigma around it. And also, we weren't entirely sure for a while. Like, maybe this is something else. Like, the other option we had on our radar was bipolar. It could have been several other things going on, or maybe just, like, mutated ADHD. I don't know if that's a thing, but, like, who knows? Maybe it's mutated ADHD. So... we've become a bit more comfortable talking about it now. I think from the get-go, Zinc was always, like, pretty okay talking about it. But, that might have something to do with the fact that she's not fronting very often. So, but yeah, if you guys would like to hear a little bit more about it, I can go into a bit more detail on some things that we've noticed, or different ways we found to communicate. Because we can just kind of talk to each other if we're co-fronting. It's not too difficult. It can get a bit confusing trying to figure out who's talking and who's not. I always know Zinc is active because there will be random music. Just random music playing. I do not know why. Oh god, my phone is dying? I thought it was plugged in. Why are you not plugged in? Oh, jeez. It should be plugged in now. guess it wasn't plugged in before. I'm not sure. I might need to buy a new charger. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I have heard some systems do have like a writing system in place if they're not. I think that's for bigger systems, like ones that have a bunch of altars in it. So it can be hard to like meet up with certain ones in the front. So I am really glad we have a very small system at the moment. There's no guarantee it won't get bigger in the future. I'm just kind of hoping it doesn't. We're gonna put a pin in that for a second. Cactus update! We got a cactus update. I have forgotten to water King Arthur for the past 3 months. I need to do that after stream ends. I'm gonna make a note. I've got like 6 pencils on my desk. I should do that. Hold on. I'm pretty sure King Arthur is still alive. I think. Oh god, I need to find an empty... Whoa, why is this sticky? Ew. Why is this pencil sticky? I'm just gonna like try to not touch it very much. Whatever, we're writing on this. Note to self. Note to selves. Water. Plant. Oh god. I mean, I haven't looked directly at King Arthur in a while. I'm pretty sure Asteria would have told me if King Arthur had died, you know? But maybe not. I'll update y'all again after we get done with the stream. After we move on. We'll see. Oh jeez. But yeah, King Arthur I'm pretty sure is still alive, still growing flowers, still probably getting hella sunlight with the weird weather we're getting. Yeah, you know, you might want to pray. In hindsight, you might want to. Oh, right. Oh, I forgot Discord actually is going through. Oh god. They just put the update on a back burner, but they're still going through with it, I'm pretty sure. Sometime soon. Hydrate. The water tastes weird. Oh boy. I guess. I don't know how to update you. I could try to send you a carrier pigeon. Maybe that'll make it to you in time. I'm not sure. I do plan to hopefully go live again at least one more time this week. I'd like to... Oh yeah, I have a blue sky, I forgot. I haven't opened that thing since we got it. I don't think we set it up yet. We're gonna need to do that at some point. We should probably actually start moving over there. I don't really use Twitter for anything either. I've got it, but so far I've just been looking at Pokemon fan art. The Pokemon fandom is interesting, especially when like the different aspects of it start colliding, but don't use Insta. I do not. What were we talking about? I can't remember. What were we last talking about? I can hear Winry laughing in the background somewhere. I do actually have a Tumblr, but not for VTubing. I should probably make a VTubing Tumblr at some point. I should do that. Oh, right. Not with messenger pigeons. That'd be pretty cool though, but we'd have to get a pigeon first, and I don't know if we can even put one of those in our apartment, but we could try. We don't tend to leave notes to each other, but there have been a few times when we're writing to each other. Or not writing to each other, but when we're writing that we start to address the others. I've noticed that in casual conversation, Zinc will say we a lot. So that's usually an indicator. I know I've probably been saying we a lot as well, but typically I try not to, just to like save for confusion. But it's pretty clear indicator if our language pattern ever switches to include we a lot more. That's usually a sign. I think I think we mentioned it at some point. We were going to interview for a place that Asteria works at to try and get a job there. We wrote I don't know if I can find where it is. It was just a little thing to get like out of the brain rot headspace, I guess. We were trying to like lock in on being cognizant and not you know, like brain fog, just so that we could get through the interview and not have everything crash and burn. It kind of ended up crashing and burning anyway. Yeah, the lady with the eyes that were just like the whole time. I don't know if she was being passive aggressive. She was just kind of very watchful, I suppose. So that was interesting. Yes, like that, generic. So we wrote a little like warm-up thing to get our thoughts more in order. We've got a gigantic Google Doc called like writing warm-up, just for trying to, I guess, get into the headspace for writing, just writing whatever. The Google Doc is like 31 pages, which really isn't that much, considering it's been around for like 2 years. We made it back in September of 2024. I only know this because I checked it earlier. And it's kind of interesting, because it was made before we actually figured out the DID thing. There were moments where one of us would say, huh, it feels like our writing style keeps changing, or like, it feels like my writing style keeps changing. I don't know why, it's like another person's writing it. I can't stay consistent. And it was like a mild revelation like a year later, when it's like, huh. That's when like the first suspicions start popping up, where it's like, are there more of us? Are there more of us in here? And then gradually nowadays our Google Doc is full of like tangents where we just start talking to each other. It's very much a stream of conscious type thing. It's less of a writing warm-up and more of just putting random words on a paper. But you'll see like little conversations like that just pop up. So kind of like as some writers, I like going to work and I enjoy the travel to my labor type shit. It's kind of just like, how would I describe it? It's less of a warm-up and more so just trying to get used to typing again. So we'll usually start off a segment just with random, like, not key smashes, but one time we just straight up started the thing as words, 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 and then a period. And then we just started continuing as if it were like the start of a conversation. So it's kind of less of a warm-up and more of a... Actually, I guess that does count as a warm-up. But over time you can see the Google Doc kind of turn into just random unfiltered thoughts. Oh, jeez. No offense to the other one. Oh, jeez. But yeah. The communication part isn't too difficult for us just because we are... There are different types of systems. I think ours falls more into a... we're usually clumped together until made not clumped together. So we're all kind of close to the front at any given point until we aren't. So we're not too, like, what's the word? Our memories aren't too, like, blocked off from each other. Sometimes they are, and sometimes there have been instances where we'll have the same conversation with someone, but give different answers. I remember... This one was an awkward one. There was a time where someone asked us, I think it's an ADHD object permanence issue that's the reason for this. It took us a while to figure that out. We don't tend to mourn people if they die. Or, like, animals, like, pets. We've lost a lot of family pets, and I think I've only mourned for, like, one of them. And it was for half a day. We just don't have, like... I'm not sure what the word is. I think we have empathy, it's just we don't really mourn things when they die. But we feel really sad whenever other people are sad, I guess. Like... How would I put it? When our family pet cat, who we'd had for years, finally passed, I wasn't crying over the fact that our cat had died. I only started crying once I realized that our stepmom was, like, distraught and, like, really torn up about it. That's when I started crying, but we had been asked somewhat recently, like a couple years ago, by someone, if your close friends died, would you cry? And it was a bit awkward because I'm pretty sure Zinc was the one who gave an answer first, as the question got asked at 2 different occasions. Zinc was asked first, and she said yes. Because Zinc, despite what the lore for our channel would imply, is actually probably the most empathetic one of us. She said yes, because I think Zinc, if she were fronting at the time, would be very distraught if our close friends were to pass on, for any reason. And it's just a bit unfortunate that I got asked the question like a week or so later by the same person, and my answer was no, because I don't think I would cry, but I do feel bad about that, because I know it's a normal response. I just don't think I have the normal response. Oh. Yeah. It took us a bit to realize why we kind of flipped the thing with the personalities. I will say Zinc is kind of not the one playing along with it. Zinc, I think, has had more instances of breaking character than any of us. But, usually, if something was quote-unquote in character for Zinc, it was probably me or the other one. Because Zinc, surprisingly, has the most empathy. I think she's, like, our softest side, I suppose. Jeez. Does that mean it's gonna end up looking like that one Pixar short with a lot of birds? I don't think so. We'd probably still try to just, like... well, actually, maybe. Because if we're soft rebooting the lore, then that means the other one's gonna be here too. doesn't like that I called her the other one, but yeah, so what was I talking about? I kind of forgot. Oh, I think when it comes to the VTuber personas, me and Zinc actually have flipped personalities, which is it's kind of interesting that it happened, but I'm pretty sure what occurred was the characters existed before the VTuber personas did. So I think what happened was it's hard to explain. We as in the real people, the real personalities, the alters, latched on to the characters before they were VTubers. So we have their initial personalities and names, but the characters obviously have changed over time for the VTubing format, which resulted in them being flipped around because originally, we've shown you guys the lore video, I'm pretty sure. The original first life for the persona characters of Xenon and Zinc were basically opposites, where the Xenon character was more, I guess, aggressive and I don't know how else to put it. How do you... more mischievous, I guess. And the Zinc character was a lot sweeter. And then through the events of what ended up happening with the reincarnation shenanigans, they ended up with flipped personalities by the end of it, which is a bit awkward considering we never flipped our personalities. So Zinc is still the sweet one, I'd say, and I am debatably the aggressive one, depending on where we are. Does that make Zinc's IRL name Zinc, or she also has a different one that can't be shared? So Zinc is still Zinc, and I am still Xenon. Our third one is actually named Praxis, which, yes, it did come from the character from Xenoblade, though that is about where it ends. Only the name comes from there. I'm not sure why she ended up with that name, honestly. But that is the third one, is Praxis. So Praxis is co-fronting with me. We don't have a model for Praxis, obviously, so in most instances where what's the word? I guess where we would stream and Praxis would be the one fronting, it was usually a Xenon stream, but the one fronting would be Praxis. So that is kind of why there are differences in our speech patterns on occasion. You may have noticed I've started speeding up my my words, whereas before I was speaking a lot slower. That is the Praxis influence. We can both speak somewhat at the same time, but yeah. It's interesting being able to talk about this on stream now. It's one of those things that I've only shared with a handful of people. I did have someone who I've known for a while react not great to the news, so that was another one. That was another reason for why we didn't immediately decide to share it. Another reason was it felt a bit like oversharing, like maybe perhaps that's one thing that you guys just wouldn't want to hear, or like a situation of this might be approaching parasocial or something, where it's like, why are you sharing this? Do we need to know this type deal? But I think it's one of those, like, I don't know, it's not a bad mental illness, I suppose. Like, it can be. And there are some people who I guess could be considered, like, quote-unquote dangerous who have it. But that's usually literally because of an upbringing type thing. Just because of how the nature of where this disorder comes from. I think maybe it's not such a bad thing to talk about it if you have it. I've, like, been told by a few other systems I probably shouldn't mention it on stream because I might get, like, targeted or hurt. But I don't know, it just feels like one of those things where if you just don't talk about it, it kind of plays into the whole, like, it's something that if you have, you should just not talk about it. Kind of like the stigma makes it so that if you have it, you just shouldn't mention it because that makes you an other type person. Like, I don't know if I'm even explaining it right, but it just seems like to not talk about it just because it's a thing that people don't understand is one of those, well, how are people supposed to understand it if no one ever talks about it type things. Yeah. It's, I don't know if that makes, I don't know if it makes too much sense. But as long as I'm not saying the entire anime backstory. Yeah. I don't think you guys need to know my entire, like, my entire IRL lore for how this came about. But yeah. I did find out something that was, like, kind of funny from my, well, it's not funny, but to me it's funny. But it is one of those things where it's like, everyone I've told it to, like, that I know has reacted, like, horrified to it. So I guess in hindsight I can't be too surprised. Oh my god. I did eat cardboard growing up and I did lose a lot of hamsters. Yeah, I don't think the hamsters had anything to do with the tragic backstory, quote unquote. Yeah, I had at least, like, I think I had at least 3 or 4 growing up. I had the worst naming sensibility though, so half of them were named Spunky. So I had the first one, his name was Spunky. He got out of his cage, he was too smart for his own good, and we had cats at the time, so Spunky exploded. The next one we got was technically not my hamster, it was my sister's hamster. She left it with us just because, like, I don't know, I guess she just didn't want it. It was a dwarf hamster, very cute hamster. Also too smart for his own good, he got out of the cage, went the same way as Spunky. At that point, maybe we should have just stopped getting hamsters. We tried again. We got Spunky 2. The 2 was part of its name. And this time we were mildly more prepared. We duct taped the sides of the cage closed, so could not crawl out of there. This hamster, too smart for his own good, got out the damn cage, exploded. God damn it. Well, like, it looked like an explosion when we found them. Oh, the second hamster was not named Spunky, though. That one was named Tommy. My sister named it. I don't know why she named it Tommy. He also exploded, though. The cats were not very kind to them. I am, like... I don't know what is wrong with hamsters. That whole thing that hamsters, like, they see a line that marches them to their death and they just follow it, like, unyielding, they will follow that line straight to their death. I think there's something to it. I don't know if anyone has ever had a hamster that lived peacefully and didn't just explode somehow. Hi, hello, welcome in. We're talking about hamsters? I think. Oh, jeez. Those things have the survival instinct of a pebble. At least a pebble has durability. Hamsters are built like twigs. Yours died in a week! Oh god. What is with these? Oh jeez. You might have to do it through the Discord. I don't know if we can send links through the I don't know if we can send links through here. They might get caught by the auto mom. I thought about trying to like adjust that at some point and then I forgot. There's a lot of things I need to do, especially for the soft rebrand. We gotta get that like squared away at some point. The hamsters like sidetracked me. Well, yeah, soft rebrand. Within the next few months, I mentioned we put a pin in it like forever ago. The roommate situation is flipping around, so it's shuffling again. That will hopefully decrease the rent a little bit. We're getting 2 new roommates. Winry is swapping out, 2 more are coming in. So hopefully rent is gonna go down with 4 people. Hopefully, I don't really know. So hopefully that works out. But with the rent potentially going down, I will have money to drop on Live 2D. Not buying a model. I'm going to make my own model. Gonna try to... I don't know. I'm pretty sure if I just brute force it, I can figure it out. So that is the plan for the soft reboot going forward. We are going to try to make our own Live 2D models. We are going to try to include the 3 of us, so Praxis will be joining the roster. You've already met Praxis at some point, I'm sure. Not like traditionally, but she's been here in spirit a couple times. Oh jeez, be sure to gauge the energy. God, my energy levels are so low compared to the other 2. Oh jeez. I have no idea. So a fun thing about DID is that you can have different skill sets, and it is really unfortunate. 2 of us know how to draw. I know for a fact I'm one of them. I don't know who the other is. I'm pretty sure it might be Zinc. I think Zinc can't draw. So we have to wait for us to shuffle around before we get any type of art done. And even then, I have a different art style from the other one. God. I have no idea. We're still trying to figure that out, honestly. A lot of it is I'm Microsoft Office certified. That was years ago. They've probably expired. Oh, but speaking of that, this is actually completely unrelated to Office certification, but I don't know if I ever mentioned this. We went back to the DMV and we acquired a new driver's permit. We have a driver's permit. That is another thing that'll be happening in another few months. We will be going to driving school and then we will get our license. And we will acquire a car somehow. Yay, driving! Yeah, we're gonna We're moving up in the world, driving trains, driving cars. I'm sure there's no difference. I'm sure there's no difference. God, actually, we showed up early enough. Like, we showed up before they were even open. There was still a line, but it wasn't nearly as long as it could have been. We were one of the few people that got to stay in the building for the waiting. We didn't have to go to our car and just sit there and wait to be called on. We just got to be in the lobby. There was another person there who was also doing their permit test, and apparently they don't change the test, so it's the same test for both of us. I was not staring at all the answers as he did his, but I looked at one of them because I had no idea what the answer was gonna be. So that is the only reason I got that question right, but the rest of them I answered on my own. I was more worried about the, God. I'm glad you guys are taking this news, like, way better than I... Like, I didn't think you guys would take it badly. I just didn't know what the reaction was going to be. I was kind of expecting a lot more of you to be like, no way. No way. You don't have that. That's made up. Fake news. I was kind of expecting more of that reaction. I'm glad none of you guys really had that reaction. Oh, jeez. God. If we had been, like, twins, I feel like that would have made the lore really awkward. Oh god, the lore would have been so awkward if it was, like, canonically twins. You had assumed we were separate people until until I said we were the same person. Now oh god, we are confined to the same vessel. We cohabitate the same vessel. Yeah! So I figured... Oh, jeez. Potentially 4. We don't know for sure there are 4, but that is a possibility. I kind of figured, honestly, if worse came to worse, you guys could just pretend like that wasn't a thing. Like, if it really did come down to it being, like, too unsettling, I guess. Like, we already had the character gimmick, so it would have just been, okay, well, you could just forget that part. We're just adding another character to the roster. Yay! There's a third one now. Just don't look too far into why we keep line switching every now and again. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Well, yeah, it worked out. We already had the switching character thing, so yeah. We're not too different personality-wise, I'd say. For a while, the way we were explaining it, because we still didn't know yet, was just like low energy and high energy days. So it turns out high energy days are probably either Praxis or Zinc. The low energy day was me. I'm only somewhat energetic right now just because Praxis is also co-fronting with me. She doesn't have her own model, so we're just kind of sharing at the moment. God, it is really funny. There are some clips that we've got on the channel where you can tell it's one of us trying to mimic Zinc. And it's so obvious. One of the first ever clips we had was the Splatoon one where, quote-unquote, Zinc stole my roller and was going on a mass killing spree. It is very obvious that is still just me. That is not Zinc, that is still me. And you can tell because of the energy level. And the fact I can't mimic her voice very well. Literal skinwalking, little bit. Little bit. I think like Praxis is kind of a mix of both high and low energy. It kind of just depends on the circumstance. She's a little bit more social than I tend to be. Usually whenever a stream starts with me, we will quickly swap out at some point. Zinc doing the lowercase screaming. I think that is Zinc still screaming in lowercase. I think that is still Zinc. She talks a little bit softer. How do I don't know if I can like give an example. Zinc, her voice is as natural as it can be. Like that's her comfortable range for speaking. It still hurts our throat because that is not our natural range, but it is her preferred speaking range. She has an easier time. Okay, hold on. We're going back to watching clips, I guess. Okay, hold on. I don't know if we had any other plans for this stream, but we've quickly derailed. This announcement in our head, we had planned it to be like 5 minutes at most. We weren't gonna like go into detail about it. No, it's taking up like so much time. Hold on, I gotta open up like Twitch or whatever. Let me make sure that's not about to play some stupid shit real quick. Twitch. We're supposed to go into like incognito mode, right? Oops. Oh god. Where is the thing at? Oh god. There is no destination, this is true. Pretty apt name. I'm good at choosing them every now and again. How do I do this? I forgot how to do this. How did I do it the first time? I can mute the tab. I don't think that's what I need to do right now, though. What? How do I get into how do I get into incognito mode? I don't know how to go into incognito mode. Oh god. How do I do this? Triple dots? Where are those at? What? Where are the triple dots at? I'm just opening a bunch of tabs now. Oh god. Let's see. How do I like... Oh! I found it! Okay, that worked out. Which... Oh god. Okay, hold on. How do I... I just got an ad on my own. Okay, I forgot we had the ADHD tag. At least I don't use Chrome. What's wrong with Chrome? How do I find the clips? Am I like stuck in... How... I don't know how to navigate this at all. It's been like so long. How did I do it the first time? What am I even doing? Jesus. Okay, hold on. I gotta like look at this thing a bit harder. Oh, I see. Okay. I wasn't clicking my name. That was the issue. I'm not too sure. There was a way to like do this like simpler, wasn't there? Where you don't have to just click through all the videos, right? You quit YouTube and feel free. We did that for a little while. We ended up going back. Middle mouse click, okay. And that like opens up a new tab, doesn't it? Let me test that real quick. Yes, okay, that is how that works. Alright. Okay, come on. You guys coming with me over here. Ah. Okay. Do I have... That's not right. Wow, I still have... Whoa, that's interesting. Just gotta figure out where this is. You still use YouTube to watch other people? You don't make stuff on YouTube anymore? Is that because of the YouTube system being weird, or... I feel like you've told me before. Why do I have so many Windows captures for Uma Musume? What were we doing? My Genshin Windows capture is also Uma Musume. Okay. I just gotta find it. Oh my god, why is Crush Crush also Uma Musume? Oh god, what were we doing? Yeah, the AI infestation got really bad. Ah. I'm just gonna like... What type of overlay do I need for this? It's not a game overlay, I don't think. I'm pretty sure it's all of us with the ADHD. At least I haven't noticed one of us not having the ADHD. Is it this? Oh, it's hidden. Is this right? It sure is something. Okay. You can see it. Oh, we got a raid! Hello, hello, welcome in! Oh boy. Is it pronounced Eot? I'm sorry. I'm so bad with pronouncing names. Oh boy. But welcome in, everyone! Hello, hello! What were y'all up to? I am so all over the place right now. Hold on, let me try to get a shout out going. Oh boy, that is not right. I am so not... I am not on top of my game right now. How do I... Does anyone remember how I do shoutouts? I haven't streamed in like 3 months. Oh jeez. What were you guys up to while I try to get this shoutout going? Okay. So it's... no space between. Okay. I hope this works. Like that? Okay. Okay, I think that worked. I think that worked. Let's see. Last playing Super Mario Sunshine. Okay. I don't think I've ever played Super Mario Sunshine. I think they added it to like... Is that one that they brought over to the Switch, or did they... Is that still just stuck to the original console? I swear I've seen more people playing it recently. It looks really fun. I do want to try it at some point. I hope you had fun with it. Man, is it mean. I have seen quite a few challenges come out of that game just based on the control scheme alone. It seems interesting though. I hope you had fun with it. It's a bit of a ball buster, oh boy. That's so interesting to hear that about like a Mario game of all things. But I guess Mario as a series is known for like creating a bunch of odd challenges like the Kaizo Mario and all that. Sunshine is on the Switch as a time-limited collection bundle thingy. Ooh. Is it still, like, around, or did the time limit run out? I bet the time limit ran out. I think I do. Wait, it's still around? Oh, God. Oh, geez. Man. Oh, that. Now I'm wondering if I should get it. If it is still around. You just can't buy it physically. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, I do remember hearing about that. Oh, it's gone a while ago. Ah. Well, I guess that checks out. I think I do remember hearing about this. Wasn't it bundled with, like, Mario Galaxy? A lot of copies out there. Maybe I'll try to get my hands on it someday. I do want to try playing it. I don't think I'm ever gonna get a hold of, like, one of the original, consoles that it was played on, so maybe I should just try to, like, get my hands on one of those copies floating around. I'm pretty sure people probably, like, scalped it or something since it's limited. I think from the start they probably told people it was limited, so I bet some people bought it just because they wanted to, like, eventually sell it whenever it went away. Oh, God. Oh, geez. They 100% did, for sure. But yeah. I am so rusty when it comes to this, but thank you once again for raiding. If you need to take a break, get some water, get some rest, get some food, preferably not in that order. I think you might die if you were to try to eat food while sleeping, but who knows? I'm sure someone can figure it out. For those coming in who may not know me, I am Xenon Zingo, not to be confused with my counterpart, Zengo. We are jellyfish train conductors, and you are all aboard our train now. Welcome in! We were about to watch a few of our clips to try and notice the differences in our voices, but that probably doesn't make much sense if you're just now coming in. It's a whole thing. Oh jeez, Mario games used to actually challenge the player. Sometimes they still do, but it's usually as post-game stuff. I don't think I've played any modern Mario games now that I think about it. I think the last one I played was like the Mario Wii U game. The one on the Wii U, whichever one that was the last one I played. Have I seen Project Hail Mary? I have not, but I want to see it. I've been seeing it around a lot on Tumblr. It looks really interesting. Oh boy. I want to see Project Hail Mary. I also want to see Iron Lung. A lot of space-themed movies I want to see. Technically, Zink's an engineer, this is true. She's the one driving the train whenever I'm doing the conducting shtick. Oh boy. Like the noble gas. I'm curious your thoughts. Are they, like, using it for something in particular, or... Well, that's something to look forward to either way. If I still used Twitter, I could, like, point at it and be like, look, guys, it's me! Cameo from your favorite jellyfish. Maybe part 2. I feel like Zink might be y'all's favorite jellyfish, but who knows? I can still be like the runner-up. I can be the runner-up jellyfish. Oh boy. I still don't know how to get the the clips going. I might need to increase the screen size. Let me unlock the layer real quick. How do I do that? Oh god. Oh, I see. It's right there. Let me try to blow this up real quick. I know the last time that I showed a bunch of clips on stream, it was like literally probably the last stream, actually. It was a birthday stream. And we were just going down memory lane because we lost our debut video. So we couldn't react to the debut video, but we sure did have a bunch of clips on hand. Don't have a favorite jellyfish? Well, I have a favorite jellyfish. Where am I? What was I going- does anyone remember what I was going to show specifically? Oh boy. I don't remember what okay, we're off to a great start. No, all I remember is it's like a voice difference that I was looking for. I know the one that has... It's technically my voice, but it's coming out of Zinc. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. It's so weird seeing Twitch in like light mode due to this. It was the Splatoon roller clip, yes. I need to find it. Where is it? I feel like it was close to the top, wasn't it? Feel like it was near... Oh, there it is. Zinc being a menace. Let me check... Oh god, what's happened? Okay, so it's paused right now. I'm gonna need to blow that up. Okay, let me try to adjust this real quick. Could probably make it bigger. Let me see. I'm not even sure how to begin to explain this to anyone who came in on the raid. We're trying to find the differences in me and Zinc's speaking voice, and maybe Praxis's too. We can probably find a few clips where it's actually Praxis. I know there is one. I do know of one where it's supposed to be me, but it's actually Zinc. Let me see. Do I have everything? Desktop audio is muted. Let me unmute that real quick. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Happy day of spotting in. Okay. Give me just a second. Need to do something real quick. Okay. Ooh, where did I put that? Don't remember. Ouch. I was looking for a tissue. I cannot find my tissue. Okay. I'm just gonna suffer for a bit, I guess. I need to, like, get another tissue box so I can just have one on hand. I'm not sure why talking for long periods of time sometimes makes my nose run. I hate it. I can hear Winry laughing at something in her room. Okay. So this clip is... Supposedly it's supposed to be Zinc, but it's actually... You'll probably be able to hear that it is actually my voice.
Okay, I see where they came from now. Should we run onto their turf? Sounds like a fun idea. Alright.
You can mainly tell by the energy
They're
level.
coming down that ramp any minute now. So that's gonna be fun.
It's too low energy to actually be Zinc. Yeah. So that one was more of a... Yeah. So the pitch is almost correct, and the, whatchamacallit. So the pitch is almost correct, and the... The main way to tell is just she's talking too slow. Sometimes Zinc will, I guess, speak slower when she's more tired, but she doesn't tend to sound like that. That's more of a... I think Zinc gets softer when she's tired. So instead of a speaking slower thing, which is more of what I tend to do, she tends to talk softer. So her voice just gets quieter, if anything. Instead of... you can hear it on the... That sounds like fun, or whatever. That's not quite how she would say that. Let's see. Can I scroll down, or will it not let me scroll down? Going backwards? Is that what we gotta do? Oh god. feel like something's gonna break while we're doing this. Ah, we're getting ads? Question mark?
I'm Kristen Dillard Sodoma, owner
Ooh.
of Team Auto Group.
Shh. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find... Okay, can you like shh? I know you guys couldn't hear it, but I couldn't. It was distracting me. For real. The creatures communicating one was definitely me. He hit the funny button was also definitely me. Let's see. A lot of our early clips were definitely me. But as time went on, we got more comfortable with streaming, so it became less of a me needing to front type thing. But we gotta dehydrate. I've had this Fanta sitting on the windowsill for like a while. Maybe half of a year. So I'm gonna see if it kills me. It's probably gonna scream when I open it. Yes. Ah. It doesn't taste weird, it just feels weird. Ow. It's like weirdly warm. Like it turned into like honey. It's got a honey texture to it. Oh, geez, I don't know how to describe that any other way. It's not great. It's kind of bad. It has been opened before. It's been on the windowsill for I don't know how long. I forgot it was there, and I realized it was there at some point, like a few days ago. So I decided, you know what? I'll drink that on stream as the dehydrate, so I don't have to get a new one. It'll be fine, I'm sure. Oh boy. Hydrate. That fixed it a little bit. Oh. Oh, it might be rotting. That's fun. How delightful. Okay, I'm gonna actually try to find where my tissue went real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I like coughed a lung up for a second. I had the mic muted though, so you couldn't hear it. Do you guys remember the last time that happened on stream? I like failed a quick time check with the water bottle and almost died. Yeah, I'm good. It wasn't the water this time. It wasn't the water this time. I'm good. I'm fine. Very usual antics here at the Conductor Xenon channel. We're good. We alright. We moving on with the clips. This one I'm pretty sure is a example of... I'm pretty sure this was zinc. From what I remember... Hold on, do I have it unmuted? I'm pretty sure this clip is zinc. And it's muted. Okay, hold on. Why is all of it like this? What is even going on with the structure of this? What is... Okay, there we go. It took a while to sort itself out. So unmute it.
I don't appear to be hallucinating at the moment, so we should be good.
I'm pretty sure that was zinc. That was either zinc, or that was Praxis, but I do not think that was me. Oh, jeez. Okay. There we go. It's easy to go back. I'm pretty sure that was one of the other two. I think that was Zinc, but it's hard to tell sometimes. I don't know if I can find another clip where I noticed. We can watch it again. We can watch it again.
I don't appear to be hallucinating at the moment, so we should be good.
It was that one. I have a harder time hitting those pitches than the other two. Oh, jeez. I'm not sure. I don't remember a lot of these clips off the top of my head. While we were watching them back on the birthday stream, I'm pretty sure that was Praxis, not me. But while watching back some of them, it was kind of every now and again we'd be like, oh, that was not actually the title character. I'm pretty sure Is That a Gun was definitely me. With the selfie stick. Is that a gun? Oh. Right, I forgot what game we were playing. Pretty sure that one was me. The low energy combined with confusion. All the time.
Head to Team Chevrolet.
Shh. I was so bamboozled that there was a gun in the children's game until I remembered what game we were actually playing. You know? Sometimes I don't remember things very well. But that's okay. I don't need to have the memory. I just need to have whatever. If the Pokemon had AIDS, I'm pretty sure. I don't know which one of us that was. I can try to find the clip. What was that called? I don't know if I can search for these by name. I'm pretty sure it is closer to the bottom. I think these are arranged by the number of views on them. I'm looking at a lot of the titles for these and it's like, bro, why did we name them like this? I'm pretty sure it was near the bottom. The birthday hat. Oops, not wanting to scroll very far. So it was a Zinc stream, and it was a... I'm pretty sure that was a Pokemon stream. Unless it got bumped to the top because y'all just really like that clip. I have noticed there's like a... Oh, there it is. A very normal question to ask a Pokemon.
Do you have AIDS? Oh my god.
I actually can't tell. That may have actually been Zinc. Hold on.
Do you have AIDS? Oh my god.
Do you have AIDS? That may have actually been Zinc. I'm gonna be real, I don't know what the context was. Hold on, is it like visible in chat or anything? Like,
Do you have AIDS? Oh my god.
I don't know what the context was. I really don't. I could not tell you. Do you have AIDS? There's no law against Pokemon. Oh no. I really don't know what the context was, but I think that was Zinc. Oh god. Everything is breaking over here, okay. I don't know if you could see that. Oh, it may have been Pokerus. She may have been talking about Pokerus. Okay. That still doesn't narrow it down very far. You have Pokemon AIDS? Zink, you can't just ask people that. I mean, I guess you can, but like... Oh no. Yeah, I'm not too sure about any of these other clips. This one I'm not too sure about. I think this may have been Praxis. But you wouldn't— artist for this was kind of sus. But you wouldn't really think about it when you're a kid, because why would you? You're a kid. And it's just kind of like, bruh, what the fuck is that? Are you a wiener dog? Oh, you're not real. Why are you vibrating? It wasn't even real. I think this was Praxis. And in the end, it doesn't even matter. I'm gonna put it in the ground. I think that one was Praxis. She has a more rapid fire way of speaking. You guys have probably most definitely noticed that sometimes whenever I start a stream, it's very, what's the word, like disjointed and all over the place, and I'm talking like with a lot of gaps between all of my words. Even to some extent that's happening a little bit right now. It takes me a bit to figure out how to talk. Praxis just goes. She does not get hung up on that. It is a, from what I've noticed, pretty seamless talking style. That's why whenever we have like like interviews or whatever, we try to hope either Zinc or Praxis is at the front. What are you doing, Ray? What are you doing? Oh my god. A while back, the first time we heard about the 6-7 thing was when we had like walked into work, and we had this little flip chart thing, like one of those scoreboard type things where you flip one side and the number changes, you flip the other side, the number changes. Usually keeps, like, you keep track of like a sport usually with it. We had it for our ADT for the drivers, so it wasn't even something that we had really to mess with, but it was supposed to have like a goal time on it. And at some point, we walk in, and one of our older managers, she's like, I think in her 50s, she's like, I changed the ADT chart. And we're like, alright, and we look at it, and she starts laughing, and we're looking at it, and we're like, what does this mean? And she's like, you guys haven't heard of it? And we're looking at it and it just says 67 and we're like, 67? That sounds bad for ADT, actually. And she's like, trying to explain it to us, and we're just sitting here like, okay, where did it come from? It apparently came from a song, and no one can agree on what the song is about, or like what the numbers are about. And we were even more confused by the end of it. Like, we're a bunch of like early Gen Z people standing around this sign trying to figure out what the hell we're looking at. It's so weird being at the start of Gen Z because like the latter half of Gen Z like brain rotted to hell and back, but they'll try to like communicate with us because we're all Gen Z, right? And they'll be talking to us with like the modern Gen Z lingo, and we're just sitting there like, because I have no idea what the humor there is. Yeah, 69 had a meaning. It had a funny haha meaning. I thought when I first saw the ADT number, I was like, oh, did you mean to put 69? That's still kind of weird considering you're like our boss, but whatever. Apparently it was not that. There is a new 60s number that is supposed to be a haha funny number. I don't get it. I still don't get it. I have a coworker who's like 18 and she occasionally does the 6-7 thing. And occasionally I will hear it get shouted across the store. I think I laugh more about people's reactions to it than the actual joke itself. Just because everyone, like, gets so, like, exasperated as soon as someone says it. So you, like, hear a bunch of disgruntled 20-something-year-olds just going, why? Like, in various degrees of distress from various corners of the store. It's kind of amazing. It's like, oh god. I tend to not react to it because I don't care enough to react to it. But you know what? I guess they're having fun with it. The only thing that kind of bugs me about this coworker with the 6-7 thing, oh, was it 69 thing? The 6-7 thing is, sometimes she just doesn't really know when to, like, leave it be. Like, she'll kind of linger on a joke for way too long, and if it was funny, it's no longer funny just because it's been dragged out for too long. One time recently, she walked up to me, and she had her translator open, and she was speaking Spanish into it, like it was actually Spanish that she was speaking into it. And then she'd like show it to me and it would show a translation, and then she'd press the button for me to say something. And I don't know any other languages other than English, so I would just say what? And then she would like say something else into it and hold it up to me again, and then click the thing after I read it. And this maybe wouldn't have been so bad if she weren't in my way. Like, I'm at the cut table of the unnamed pizza store, and I'm trying to, like, take pizzas out of the oven. Like, the oven wasn't clear. I still needed to take things out of it and put them in boxes. And she was standing in the way of some of the boxes I needed, and she wouldn't move. And she was just holding her phone in my face, and I was like, dude, can you, like, I don't know, like, go somewhere else? I don't know what you're trying to tell me in Spanish. What is happening? It was a nonsense conversation because half the time it wasn't even translating her correctly. It was just kind of like a, dude, can we not do this right now? I'm trying to work. I know we're like both Gen Z, but this communication is falling through right now. This is not working. It's not going anywhere. And it wasn't even really funny. It wasn't funny to begin with. And I don't know if it was even meant to be funny. It's kind of unfortunate, honestly. I don't know if we're still looking at clips. I don't know what we're looking for anymore. Yeah, I have no idea. Well, yeah, those are some examples of the, I guess, switching around. We've seen all spectrums now. Yeah, there's like a pretty good chance that whenever it's one of us, it's either like Praxis or me. Honestly, it's flipping back and forth between Praxis and me right now. You guys might be able to pick up on that. Zinc is usually very rarely ever at the front, so a lot of the times when it is a Zinc stream, it may not even be Zinc. But now that we have a better grasp on this, it's like we get it a bit better now. So it's line switches might be occurring once we are able to get a better grasp on this, I guess. I'm just gonna like close out of this. We're switching back over here. There we go. Close out of that. We don't need this open anymore. There we go. Pink Zinc will probably be making a comeback too. Whenever we start doing the soft rebrand reboot thing, there is an oddish in chat. Whenever we start doing the soft reboot, we are probably going to change our design slightly to better reflect, let me just... I have phlegm in my throat. As their hairstyle. Hairstyle. I have a picture I can show you guys. I do have a picture. I can try to pull that up real quick. Just gonna leave it as image 2. Where is it? I will say, going into this, I hope the oh god. I hope that Twitch doesn't strike us down. These are not supposed to be naked. There just are no... I don't... You guys will get it. These are what we look like. Like a more accurate representation of what we look like. No, you're fine. Don't worry, Ray. So... Oh, hey, it's slightly see-through. That's interesting. So... Yes, this is more in line of what our designs are going to look like. Again, they're not naked. There are no features. Yeah! Yeah! There is indeed a bolt. So, as you can see, they are more in line with the original First Life designs for Xenon and Zinc. Oh my god. I was really hoping we would look like a traffic light, but we don't. We don't really... Oh wait! Oh shit! We could be the triple Baka trio! Oops, that wasn't even on purpose. I'm just kind of like shoving it around. Xenon's taking a backseat. I'm here now. So these are... Xenon drew up a mock-up of pretty much what we would look like in the headspace. Xenon has a bow tie. That's pretty cool. Zinc goes back to being pink. Pink Zinc. And Praxis. Yellow. That might be orange. I actually can't tell. But Yes. These would be more in line with what our, I guess, soft reboot designs would be. We would try to keep the train aesthetic going. They wouldn't completely fade into the background. Because these are meant to be more of a representation of the headspace designs, they are, you know, not entirely centered towards the VTubing designs, but these would be what we'd be going with going forward with the soft reboot. We might switch to PNGs shortly, just for a little bit until we can get those live 2D designs figured out. And I don't know, I think it's something cool to look forward to. The main difference, I guess, is just the color scheme. The lack of features, maybe. We somehow went from the whatchamacallit? Forgot what it's called. What were we talking about? I forgot, but either way, we're probably going to switch to PNGs for a little bit, just so that we can actually line switch between all of us. I think it'll be neat. You guys might not see Zinc too often. Something neat is you actually can see our handwriting below each of our appearances. Yeah, apparently we do all just have different handwriting. I don't know why Xenon likes the boxy style so much. But usually if we have something written, it's usually Xenon doing the writing. So that's fun. You guys may remember from a while ago when we were originally working on the we were talking about maybe doing a soft rebrand way back before we figured out the DID thing. So we had decided on maybe using like less humanoid designs, and that manifested in the lack of a torso a lot of the time. Turns out that was my inspiration. The lack of a torso came from me. I don't know, it just feels weird to have one, hence why I don't have one. Oh god, it's so weird saying things like this with Xenon's character model, but I don't have my own character model. I don't have one yet. God, could you imagine if we did have this all figured out? If we had this all figured out before we started, like, streaming and there were 3 of us to begin with? God, that would have been so much money. That would have been so much money that we just don't have. Well, I guess back then we would have had it. We don't have it now. We couldn't do it now. That's also why we won't be trying to go back to the same model mama that we have. We can't afford it. Yeah. It's I don't know what we're gonna do with the PNGs. They're probably not gonna be too elaborate just because they're temporary. But it really is rough out here. So yeah, that's something that's gonna be happening. Looking forward to that. Unfortunately, it does seem like Xenon is the one primarily helping out with the arts. I'm pretty sure it's Zinc who has a harder time drawing than us, but I don't know, my art style is kind of more finicky too. What you're seeing right here is Xenon's art style. That's fun. I don't know if I can show you an example of mine because it's fan art of a Pokemon character and we're still working on that PowerPoint. Still doing that. Let's see, what else? We got really sidetracked. I didn't think that the DID thing was gonna take up such a large portion. I didn't really think that that would be such a big part of this. Hello, Mega Killer. Foster check. Yeah, that was another thing. We were waiting on the... Well, we've been procrastinating the PowerPoint. That's kind of all there is to it. Could I sketch something in 10 minutes? Maybe. I would have to take my phone down, and that would, like, pause the streaming. Well, it wouldn't pause streaming, it would pause the tracking. Which I guess wouldn't be an issue if I just put it on, like, the BRB screen. We could do that, but I would have to try to navigate the transparency issue that the iPhone has. I could do that. That would take me a bit. How do I even do that? That's gonna screw up the tracking. I might try to do that later. Xenon is currently working on the new PNG sprites. She started on herself first, because of course. The only issue with iPhone is that it doesn't save images as transparent all the time. This one gives me hope though, because the background is slightly transparent. I don't know if you guys can see the arrows are still slightly visible in the gap between Xenon and Zinc. I'm thinking maybe iPhone may have updated at some point and stopped having the transparency issue. Hated that. Oh boy. But yeah, that is that. I think there were other things we were meant to go over, but I can't remember them off the top of my head. I think Zinc also might be trying to push into the front. Our voice is like undulating. I don't know if it's like audible to you guys or not. I'm picking up on it. You guys might be picking up on it. I think Zinc might also be here. That's fun. We're gonna get a headache soon then. That's not great. There is a noticeable difference. Oh boy. It's interesting, because before we didn't know why these things occurred. We figured that was like normal voice, like, I don't know, just the way that people's voices work sometimes, but I feel like ours does it a lot. So I figured, you know, that's something. Three brain cells fighting for the driver's seat. I want to see... I'm gonna switch to the Zinc model. I want to see if she takes over for a bit. Because I think she's here. Or, like, our voice is fluctuating the way that hers does. So I think... Hold on. I'm just gonna, like, sidle on over here. Oops. And we shall see. I think... Yep, that's still visible. Okay, hold on. Hold on. How do I fix that? We still have... I'm sure that's fine. We haven't had to switch the character model in a while. We still don't even have icons for them. We should probably do that at some point. Don't forget to water King Arthur. I will try not to. Oh god. I don't think we updated- oh, whatever. Oh boy. Okay. Just gotta sit on over here. So now we have Zinc's character model. Oh, the hat is on, that's why. Get that off. Remove the hat. Okay, now we got Zinc's model. We'll see if she takes over on her own at some point, because I'm pretty sure she's at the front somewhere. Gotta hydrate. I don't think we updated the model, so it's not like as bouncy as the Xenon model. Yeah, it's not nearly as bouncy. It does have more animation to it though. That's probably just because of the side ponytail. The ponytail is gonna end up getting a lot longer in the PNG. Oh, we have. Oh, I never noticed the fangs. Interesting. I'm still learning new things every day. I think Xenon did make a note to water plant is what she wrote. She wasn't holding the pencil correctly, so it like looks absolutely not great. I think so within the lore there wasn't technically a third member. There was a plant, yes. There was a character who I don't know if we ever named, like, in the lore video. It was a character named Yabidirium. I've never had to say that word out loud. It was shortened to Yub. Green-haired character named Yub. There's an applin in chat. How do I catch that? Like that, I think. Yeah! So that was the, that was that character. I don't know if we ever said the name out loud or if we ever elaborated that in the lore video, but Yeb. That was Yeb. She was meant to play an antagonist role. She wasn't meant to be like another member of the group. She was just a... I'm like getting thrown off by the... I feel like there's more shoulder movement here. Why does Zinc get more rotation than Xenon? Have they ever noticed that? I don't know if they've ever noticed that. But yeah. That was that character from the lore video. There may have been another one. I don't know off the top of my head. It's been a while since I've looked at the lore video. The lore video got eaten by the computer, so we'd have to make it from scratch if we ever did it again. Like, we've still got all the pieces to it. We would just need to, like, fix it. It's gonna, like, shrink this down. Tiny in the corner. There. I'm gonna forget that's there later. Different perspectives, different things to take note. Yeah, that is true. Evil Xenon being green is funny thought. I think... Oh boy. Whenever we soft reboot, things won't be too much different. We've got pretty much the same basis for everything. We always had the channel switching gimmick. Yep. Had the channel switching gimmick, or the character switching gimmick. So it's not too out of left field, I feel like, at least. It shouldn't be too much of a unusual change, is maybe what I'm getting at. But it will be nice to at least occasionally go by the correct names, at least, assuming we do the line switches correctly. We're gonna have to find a way to do that faster, because we haven't done a line switch in so long. Trying to figure out how to do it on the fly is perhaps not the way to go. But it wouldn't be one of our streams if if it wasn't scuffed to hell and back. Yeah, I don't think we updated the mouth movement. The mouth does not open as much as it should. Just mumbling constantly. Is it weird to say is so pretty. I really like this model. Zinc wants to keep using it. We just don't really know. We just don't really know, like, what to do with it in the future. Like, obviously we're keeping it, but it's kind of just a how often do we get to use it type deal, I guess. Hi, treat. Discovered why kryptonite is green. Turns out the noble gas krypton is a pale green when electrically charged. Is krypton a real element? I thought that was like a made-up element. Or just a made-up rock. Is that a real thing? Silly thought. So Xenon's the conductor, Zinc's the engineer. Since you have a floating upper half, it makes sense that you're the ghost of the train. I could be the guy from the Polar Express who just chills on top of the train. You just looked up the noble gases. Krypton's real. That's something. I didn't know that. I thought it was like a... I thought it was just made up for Superman. I figured it was... I don't know, like... I wonder how they settled on that. So it's real. How did they... What? Why did they just decide to give this random element rock thing as a weakness to Superman of all things? That's kind of silly. I don't know. Alright, see you later, Generic. Thank you for stopping by! Oh my god, it's 1 in the morning? When did that happen? This seems alien enough as a name. I didn't think much further than that. That's probably true. It's 1 in the morning! It happened 3 minutes ago. It sure did. Oh my god, I need to update. One of us needs to update this model's configuration at some point. This is bugging me. Why? It's like a trade-off. This is a good break. I'm glad you think so. We're gonna try to work on this. I guess Xenon's gonna work on those PNGs later. And hopefully we'll be able to stream a bit more going forward. And hopefully we actually follow through on making those live 2D models. Because we're gonna have to figure out how to use the Wacom tablet. Then we're gonna have to get a program on the... gonna have to get a program on the thingy on the computer. Learn how to use that. Figure out how to port that into live 2D. Learn live 2D. Do 3 whole models. And yeah, that's gonna be a lot of work. Especially if it's all getting piled onto Xenon. Oh god. Aw, Ray. It is really fun getting to chat with everyone. It's especially fun now that we don't have to hide the DID thing anymore. The original plan was we were going to wait for Zinc to be the one to tell everyone. Or me. That would have been the other option. It would have been Zinc or me. But that obviously didn't end up happening. We unfortunately cannot control who is at the front at any given time. So trying to plan schedules around a specific line the way that we were in the past probably isn't going to work. We'll figure out something though. The drinking game. I don't think I remember that. It's been a while since we've talked to Groji. We should probably pop in and see how he's doing. See how Groji's doing. I think we're still in the same Uma Musume club. It's a shame to throw this drink away. Are you drinking gasoline on the train? Oh god. We were doing so well at keeping this thing like... Oh no! We were doing so well, guys! We were doing so well. Man. It's so weird not seeing the mouth open correctly. I'm saying a lot more words than are being picked up. I'm talking too fast for this model to pick up. That is true. You know what? You got me there. It's not arson without Groji. Man. I feel like there was something else. So we told you guys about the permit. Told you guys about the DID. Was there anything else? Talked about the soft reboot. If there was time we were gonna try to play a game, that would entirely depend on who was fronting though, because we found out we all like playing different games. Oh jeez, that is a good way. That's a pretty good way to put it. Do I like Minecraft? I don't know. I haven't really played it too often. Like, we have it and we'd been playing it at some point earlier this year. I think it just depends, really. It's like one of those games where you're in a mood for like two like months and then you get bored of it. If you have friends to play with, it's great. And for a little while we were playing with like a group of other people. They had their own little Minecraft what's that going? I don't know what I just said. What's that going? What's that called when I forgot. I started reading several different chat messages at once, and now I've lost my train of thought. Oh, I was in a gathering of people who were doing like a Minecraft SMP, I think it's called. They had to reboot it because it got corrupted. I did not join the new wave. So that was something. Mind you, there's a PC port of Twilight Princess. Oh. Is it like the Wii U port, or is it like its own thing where it's just kind of... Oh. I'm seeing a bunch of Discord messages come through on the phone now. It's the GameCube version. Okay, so it's like the mirrored version. I guess we were playing the mirrored version technically, the Wii version. I want to play Twilight Princess again at some point. I'm pretty sure the last one of us who got to play it was Xenon. And you could tell it was her because she was like flagging in the last half. And then she like killed a guy. In like 2 minutes. Oh my god. What are interjectives? Interjectives, what are those? I probably know the word, I just don't know what it means. Yes, please send me the link, I would like to see it. I don't know if we'll ever get it set up. We do have the Wii version, and I'm very attached to the Wii version, but... Oh, yeah. Like, yeah, I think it's just because I talk faster. Those are like the words that help your brain catch up with what's going on. I like to talk fast. I like to talk fast. Xenon probably told you guys a little bit about it. When you... Don't read the first definition. When you, I guess with DID, different altars can have different, what are they called? Different... I'm gonna call it a debuff. Different debuffs. And we noticed it a while ago. Whenever Xenon would switch in, we'd get really, really tired. So for a while we were like, why does that only happen when Xenon switches in? So we figured maybe if we started co-fronting, we got really tired. Which would explain why sometimes on stream we would just abruptly get tired. But we asked another one of our friends who has DID. In the past few months, we've actually gotten in contact with a lot of systems. It's kind of... there's a lot of them out there. More than you would think. But, yeah, so we got in contact with our friend who has DID as well. And we asked them, does that ever happen to you? Do you ever get tired when, like, a specific altar switches in? And he was like, no. Actually, no, he said yes, but he didn't know why. So he asked his other friend who has DID, and he enlightened us that sometimes specific altars in a system can have, like, sleep disorders or, like, other kind of disorders. I don't know anything else off the top of my head. Sleep disorders is, like, the main one we were focused on. So both me and our other friend have at least one altar who has a sleeping disorder, and it only kicks in when this altar is fronting. So that's unfortunate. So that means Xenon has a sleep disorder and it only affects her. And that's how we know when she switched in before she says anything or makes any indication that she's around. Just because we get really tired for no reason. And it's like, oh, okay. So that's another reason why Xenon has lower energy than us, is just because she's getting hit with a debuff that lowers her energy levels. I don't know if that makes sense, but that is what we have been told, and it sounds like it makes sense. That is kind of unfortunate, but I am glad that Xenon's taking one for the team and it's not affecting all of us, because... oh my god. I don't want to be tired all the time. I don't know about Zinc. Zinc probably also doesn't want to be tired all the time. Gonna assume so anyway. I could ask her, I guess. She's not fully at the front, but like... it is... she's not fully here, but I can like kind of feel the change almost happening. It's a weird feeling. It's like the... it's like... how do I describe it? It's kind of like... the world is becoming more clear. Yeah, a little bit like peeking through the door. Like, you can feel someone's there, but they're not making their presence fully known. Like, they're not actually entering the room, I guess. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. She's at the door, but not coming in. We're about to get jump scared Foxy style from FNAF. Something like that. It's, yeah. You can feel the aura. Pretty much. Like, they're there in the back of your head. You know that they're there. Spoopy shadows! Hello, hello, we got our mod! Finally! I don't know, I'm saying finally. Well, yeah. We've been all over the place. Yeah, I can't really think of anything else I was supposed to tell you guys. Yay! I remember you mentioning that to us last time we talked. Your computer was like on the fritz. Oh wow, I just realized the King Arthur is like layered in front of us? Interesting. We could probably eat King Arthur. Oh boy. Oh, that's a good question actually. How do we nickname your username? Oh my gosh, at work, we keep running into people who have nicknames of nicknames, and it's really interesting. I can't, like, give you guys any examples because that would be, like, just giving their name away, but a lot of people we know have like nicknames of nicknames. Like their nickname will be something like what's a good one? Their nickname will be something like, oh, so say that the name was like Jonathan, and they shorten it to John, and then someone else shortens it to Joe, or Jay, and it just like, it's just getting shortened progressively more and more. So the nickname has been nicknamed. I think it's funny. It keeps happening. We keep running into people with nicknames of nicknames, because they'll tell us their nickname. Like, we'll usually learn the nickname before the actual name. We'll find out the actual name from the like work schedule. And then it'll be like, alright, okay. And then someone will shorten it again, so the nickname has gotten a nickname. We haven't had it go down 4 levels yet, where there's a nickname of a nickname of a nickname, but I feel like we're very close. Someone's going to just start going by a first letter at some point. Even we have a nickname, but our nicknames are kind of weird. Because they're not shortening the name. They're, like, making it longer, if anything. I don't know how to give a good example. Because, obviously, people aren't calling us by our names. They're calling us by the flesh-bodied name. Oh, jeez. But, yeah, so it'll be stuff like just sticking like the word like bear onto the end of the name. So it would be like if someone were to call Zinc Zinky Bear, and like that doesn't shorten the name at all. And it is kind of weird when like a coworker says it, but we just don't say anything about it at this point. So it'd be something along the lines of like Zinky Bear. It does, doesn't it? It's kind of weird. Some people will just shorten it. So, like, instead of the full name, it would be like Z, I guess. Or Zin instead of Zinc. It'd just be Zin. Those kind of make more sense. The ones that make the name longer kind of don't, but our coworkers are kind of weird. I have noticed the only ones who use the more affectionate sounding ones are people we've known for a really long time. So it's not like new coworkers come in and then they randomly call us like something that sounds like a pet name. It's normally the people we've worked with for like 4 or 5 years. So it doesn't necessarily make it better, but it's not as weird as it could be, I guess. Hydrate. Oh, I just completely left the screen. Posture check. I don't know how to do that without falling backwards. I don't know if Xenon told you how we were sitting. We are sitting for once. We're not standing. Ouch. Okay, I can't rotate. We're sitting sideways on the chair. Or, the chair is sideways and we're sitting on the arm of it. And we just kind of have the... Normally our, like, little phone stand is directly in front of us, so it would be, like, in between our 2 monitors. Now we've got it off to the side over here. So it's, like, in front of the monitor that has all of our... I should probably turn the second monitor off. I just realized that was on. I think Xenon turned it on in preparation to potentially play a game. Because again, the DID revelation wasn't supposed to last for more than 5 minutes, at most. I don't know, we were kind of expecting it to just be like one of those, kind of like a speed bump type deal, you know? Like you just go over it, you like slow down slightly to go over it, and then you speed up again. Something like that. We kind of expected it to be like a speed bump situation where we just kind of drop it in there and then we move on. We did not end up doing that though, so... I mean, I'm kind of glad. It's easier to talk like this now. Maybe one day we'll come to regret it, but you know what? I can't foresee that future happening anytime soon because I have no forward vision. I can't see that far ahead. I live in the moment. I think I only exist in the moment. So, hello, Ray. I don't think you missed all that much. We talked about... What were we talking about? Forgot. What were we talking about? I've already forgotten. That is part of the problem with living in the moment, I suppose. Talking too fast to remember what's being said, especially with memory issues. The ADHD causes memory issues, and that causes memory issues. A lot of memory issues are happening. Oh, right, nicknames. Work nicknames. Oh, right. Yeah, we were supposed to tell you guys about work. Yeah, we were gonna tell you guys about work. It actually has been going pretty alright. You know, we told you guys about how we were trying to go work with Asteria at the other place. That interview fell through. They sent us a message saying that they're looking for other people. Not us. We are not good enough. We were kind of hinging on Zinc being the one in that interview. It ended up being me. And as you can imagine, when you ramble as fast as I do, people take that as nervousness. I mean, I was kind of nervous, but that wasn't why I was talking fast. I just do this. So, yeah. We got told we didn't get the job, so we applied to the local food store instead, and they never got back to us, so that kind of sucked. But you'll be happy to know the GM we were having so many issues with got transferred to a different store, and we got back a GM that we had like really early on. This GM was the one that took over after the one that hired me stepped down. I got hired at the undisclosed pizza store by a manager who is still there. She's still there. She's the assistant manager. She stepped down like a week later, and then her daughter stepped up and took the GM role. She got transferred out a couple years back because they didn't want people working with family members. Funny story about that. Apparently the reason that happened was because of our previous manager, our GM, who we were having so many issues with, got into a fucking fight with her sister on shift in front of a bunch of customers. So they decided, you know what? We can't have people working with family anymore. So that's why we ended up losing the GM we have currently. She got transferred somewhere else. She wasn't the GM at that point. She was just a regular driver. She had stepped down. Or maybe she had... I don't really know how that situation works. I think she was still a GM, just not for our store. But she worked as a driver for our store. I don't really know how that worked. But yeah, she ended up getting transferred away. We got... Yeah, we ended up getting her back in the trade. So she came back to our store, and they sent the GM that no one liked to a different store. I think they just switched them around. Like, they went to each other's stores. And I don't know. I found out something that made us all mad. That GM, she was the type to go around telling people, oh, I don't like drama. I stay out of drama, but I hear about it a lot. I don't like drama, though. Don't talk to me about drama. She would go behind people's back and shit talk them. So we found out, like, we had known this for a while, but we got confirmation from several different people that she had been going around telling people that we, as in royal we, just referring to me, myself, and I, was unapproachable and a mean girl. That's what she was saying about us, was that we were unapproachable and a mean girl. So she would tell this to new people. So new people would come into the store already with a bad impression of us because she told us, oh yeah. Or she would tell people like, yeah, she's a mean girl. She's very cliquey. She only talks to people that she likes. Which is like no one in the store, I guess, because I didn't talk to anyone. But, So she was going around talking to, like, not even just about me, like about several people. Not even just me. Like, it was about Winry, it was about, like, I don't think she ever targeted the assistant manager, because that would have kind of sucked. Though she did tell everyone about the assistant manager's, like, personal life drama, or not drama, just, like, that situation she was going through, which was not something any of us needed to know. Like, it's, like, on the level of personal stuff that, like, honestly, she had no right telling people, but she was going around spreading it to everyone. And it's like, oh my god, and she's saying she hates drama, but she's going around causing drama. There were several people who would approach us later, at the Royal S, I guess, and they would be like, wow, you know, I was told that you were a bitch. I thought you were, like, really mean. I was told you were mean and to stay away from you. Winry got hit with it a lot worse than I did, but it was like, what? What? Xenon confronted her at one point and was like, hey, we've been hearing from other people that you've been telling people that we're very cliquey and that we're mean girls. What's that all about? And she's like, oh, I never said that. I never said that. I don't like drama. And it's like, alright, okay, alright, man. Whatever you say. So, this manager was causing issues left and right, and then blaming other people for the fact they were happening. Yes, exactly that. I never said that. Yeah, for real. Like, I don't know, I did not vibe with her. She was the kind of person who... She would say what you want to hear in the moment. She'd be like, oh yeah, I can get you more hours, or yeah, I get it, things are hard. And then she'd turn around and complain about you. Like, I specifically requested, like, to not work with a specific coworker because he's a manager, and outside of work, we were having, like, issues. This is that, like, this goes back to that, the roommate drama of, we had a falling out with our roommate, and she was dating this manager. Now there's a conflict of interest where we're quote-unquote beefing, like, we weren't bullying each other or anything, we just didn't talk to each other anymore. We didn't, like, we weren't, I don't know how to explain it in any other way than, like, we weren't even talking to each other, really. Like, it was just, we didn't want to be in the same room. Like, it was a mutual thing. We didn't want to be in the same room, we didn't want to talk to each other. We never went out of our way, neither of us went out of our way to, like, start shit with the other. But her boyfriend was a manager, and he would use his manager, like, position to send us home early, which cut into our hours. He'd have us stay late if he knew that we had plans after work. Like, stuff like that. So we just didn't want to work with him. Like, we requested, hey, don't schedule us with him. For that reason, just don't... There's a disconnect here. For outside of work reasons. It's not affecting us in work outside of these specific instances. Just don't schedule us together. And they're like, okay, yeah, got it. We won't schedule you together. And then behind the scenes, she'd be talking to everyone like, who does she think she is? She thinks she gets special privileges? And it's like, we're trying to prevent conflict here. Like, do you want us to fucking fight in the parking lot? Is that what you want? Like, God, she sucked. Yeah. For real. Like, two-faced for real, for real. But yeah, so that manager got transferred away. I'm not even kidding when I say the store celebrated. We threw a party because she left. I'm being serious. We threw a party. No one in our store liked her because we all knew she was like that. She was going around talking shit to everyone. I guess not aware that we all talk to each other too. Like, she just didn't think that we talked to each other, I guess. Like, we would find out very quickly what she was saying about us all. And then we got the new manager right now, the current GM. We all love her. She's great. We've had her before. She's great. She immediately improved our ADT time, which was something that the previous GM was struggling with while talking shit about everyone, about how it's all of our fault when it improved after she left. So I think that might be the common denominator, actually. What do I know? I'm not a manager. So she is at the other store, and apparently all the people over there are talking to our GM, because that's where she came from. And they're talking about how much they do not like this new... They don't like the GM that we just gave them, basically. We've already stolen 2 people from them. They've come to work permanently at our store. She lost a manager and a driver. They're at our store now. They followed their previous GM, who is now our current GM. That's how bad it is. Like... I was meant to be telling you guys about how things got better, but oh my god. So, yeah, we got the new GM, which is a GM I've already had before. So, she's great. She, like, bumped up our hours. She gives us more time to work. She constantly is telling us we're all doing a good job. And she, like, means it when she says it. She helps us out. She doesn't wander around the store and, like, let the board fill up and move really slow and talk on the phone and talk shit about people. She's, like, a very low-energy person, but low energy in the way of just kind of being chill. I guess kind of like Xenon. More of a... Like, she's still very, like... I would say she's a busybody, kind of. Like, she wants to be moving and working constantly. If the store slows down for any reason, she's like, come on! Where are the orders at? She's very chill. And she actually does her job. And she's actually good at her job, so we move very fast. And it's great, because the previous GM sucked at her job. She failed the time test. I don't even know why they let her stay as a manager. It's... You have a minute to make a pizza, and she took longer than a minute to make a pizza. That should have been an indicator, I feel like, but no. Whatever, man. So now the other store is on fire, and we're hearing about it constantly. Yeah, our new work environment. Or it's not even new, it's just like our current work environment is way better. Everyone's thriving, we keep having parties. It's like, it's great. We get food sometimes. It's like drastic uptick in how everyone's feeling. It's kind of crazy. We've also kind of like buried the hatchet with the roommate we were beefing with, like the ex-roommate we were beefing with. So that's cool. Now her boyfriend is not a manager anymore. I think we probably talked about this. He did really not great on the on a inspection visit that we had. Like, they're mandatory. They show up randomly and they like score you depending on how everything's running in the store. Like if you have everything dated correctly, if the food's coming out correctly, stuff like that. And they managed to get the store put in default because we did so bad. We got a 1 star out of 5. It wasn't great. I wasn't there that day, so I didn't get to experience any of that. But I heard about it and I saw the results. So we were so close to getting shut down if we had failed the retest. We were there for the retest. We actually did really well. The only things that we failed were things that we had no control over, like the ceiling tiles being fucked up and the sign not having batteries. Like, things that we really didn't have any control of. But we did alright. We got the store out of default. And now we just have to not go into default again or else the store might get shut down. So that's fun. But, yeah, so he's not a manager anymore. And he's actually pretty chill now that he doesn't have, like, a bunch of power over us. He talks about Pokemon a lot. That's pretty cool. I know a lot about Pokemon. That's the current hyperfixation for me. I think it's neat. So we talk about Pokemon sometimes. It's been alright. Like, everything... everything's getting better. It's great. The new GM has already improved everyone's, like, mental health, like, at least, like, by 5 ticks. It's great. So we're doing pretty alright. Things are getting better. I think we said that in the work group, not the work group chat. We said that in the stream, the Discord. I don't know why stream court. Yeah. So it's like I just realized we probably had the chat music going over top of the probably had chat music going over the clips. Whoops. But yeah, everything's getting better. Everything is getting better. We're on the up and up. We've, like, now that we've got, like, the other stuff sorted and we finally figured out what was going on with us, it's like everything is looking up. I can only hope that things don't go crashing to the ground shortly, but everything seems to be working out. We got a better GM, work environment's doing great. Our hours did get cut again just because labor's been really bad, but they're gonna go up again because one of the CSRs is going on maternity leave soon, so we'll have more hours to fill. So that's something. We just have to get through this little rough spot where we have less hours, but it's not anything different from when we had the other GM. And also, our current GM is, like, giving us multiple opportunities to go to other stores to work, so if we need the hours, we can just go to a different store. She's not barring that off as an option like the other one was. So that's cool. She also warned us in advance that this is happening, so it's not like she sprung it on us maliciously. That's weird to, like, heap so much praise on someone that we work with, because I'm sure you guys are used to us just complaining about how they're more so just, like, I don't know, really chaotic to work with. I'm not even gonna lie, there was a short period of time where we had become, like, mildly depressed just working there. It wasn't great. We weren't streaming in that time period, but we got better. We are doing good, I think. Everything's looking up. We got the driver's permit, so soon we're gonna go to driving school and we're gonna be able to drive. We're gonna get a car somehow. I think we're working that out with our family. Gonna be able to drive. We're gonna be able to go places and get food. It's gonna be cool. We won't have to DoorDash and waste money on that. We're just gonna have to waste money on gas instead. God, I'm so hyped about that. Everything is kind of like starting to fall into place a little bit better. It's great. I'm so hyped about it. And if we can get the streaming thing going even better, like, that'll be even cooler. No more floor donuts. That's debatable. We still might have floor donuts. It's kind of anyone's guess. We just kind of store our food on the floor. Like, they're in containers, they just happen to be on the floor because we don't really have any tables. We could invest in a table, I guess, like, at some point. Oh, we plan to get a Switch 2 with our most recent paycheck. We're gonna get a Switch 2, and then we're gonna get Pokemon Coliseum, and we're gonna play Pokemon Coliseum on stream. It's gonna be cool. Just watch out for that. Usually if it's a Pokemon stream, it's probably going to be me. I know it's weird hearing hearing that come from Zinc, but once we get it sorted, we'll have the PNG models going, it'll be great. If we can get the motivation, we'll get the live 2D versions going as well. That'll be something to look forward to. We're still gonna try to structure it like the train theming, so that it's not like a complete shift away from that. But we're working on it. We're doing it. Yay! Keeps the floor from getting cluttered. That is something that we're struggling with right now. We haven't been using the beanbag, though we might go back to using it at some point. Whatchamacallit? We've been sleeping on a bunch of blankets on the floor, and that's not great. It's become kind of hard to fall asleep. It's just been hard to sleep. You gotta hydrate and then a posture check. Okay. Water. Posture check. It's just been kind of not great. It's kind of hurting our back too, and we keep waking up with like, I don't think this necessarily has anything to do with the floor, but it's like one of our legs will get propped up and we'll just like, I don't know if there's a name for it, like when you pull your leg up part ways and the knee is in the air. It's not great because we lose circulation in it and it's just dead. Got an ada, okay. I can't say that it'll be too different. Let me try. Oh god. I can't get my voice into the lower register. Okay, hello, Asteria! Hold on. Ada. I can't do it. I can't do it. Yeah, we streaming! Oh no, all aboard. Ow. I was gonna say, I think I can do this one at least. All aboard! Oh god, we can't use the diaphragm very well. We've told you guys about that, right? The flared rib issue? Train. We have a hard time putting air into our diaphragm, so like projecting the voice is really difficult. It is so unfortunate at work. Yeah. It's not great. It's not life like threatening or anything. Like it's fine. It's not a major concern. Meowdy. It's not a major concern. It's just kind of a unfortunate. We're never gonna be able to sing. That's a good question. I never really thought about it. I kind of figured the half body thing came from our previous eating disorders. The pica and the anorexia probably. I figured that's where that came from, but now that you mention it, the flared rib might also contribute somewhat to it. Yeah, I kind of figured it was something to do with that. Well, yeah. I'm not too sure what to do now. We've been streaming for, oh my god, it's almost 2 in the morning. Oh, we've been playing Pokemon Sleep again. So we have to go to sleep by 3:30. Well, technically, we can go to sleep at 3:59. That is the absolute latest we can stay up. Because that's when Pokemon Sleep rolls over at 4. Yes, there's a sequel. They recently had their, I think, 3-year anniversary. So it's something, I guess. It's more so of a, I don't know how anyone is sleeping with fireworks going off in the background, but what do I know? Maybe Snorlax likes that. it's been keeping us going to sleep at a consistent time. I don't think that it likes that we only have like 6 hours at most that we sleep every day. We tend to wake up about 10:30, maybe 11:30. And if we're going to sleep in the 3:30 range, that usually means we've got 6 hours of sleep. I'm not gonna say it. We've either got 6 hours of sleep or 1 more hour after 6. So, it's been interesting. The game doesn't like it. Asteria, why? Zinc, would I describe her as shy? I don't think so. Zinc is more sociable, I'd say. That's probably weird since I've been yapping this whole time. I'd say Zinc is way more friendly than either me or Xenon. It's more of a... I think that Zinc is, like... How would I put it? More so... She's like the empathy part of us. So she comes out whenever we need to, I guess, process an emotion of some sort or help someone else process an emotion. We're not... saying we're not compassionate probably isn't the right word, but it's kind of harder for me or Xenon to empathize sometimes, I guess. It probably doesn't show too much on stream, but Xenon's definitely the angriest of all of us. I'm pretty sure Xenon is the one that comes out whenever we're in a stressful situation, which I think is why she was the one most prominent early on. Because streaming was still new for us, and we didn't know too much about how it was all going, so I think Xenon's like our fight or flight, and she's like always in fight mode. I'm more of a neutral party, I guess. I can handle stress, but I don't like too much stress. Like, that's a normal thing, I think, though. I tend to flit in and out at random, but I'm more present than Zinc is, I think. I think I'm who switches in whenever Xenon no longer needs to be at the front, I guess. So, whenever Xenon is at the front, it's usually because something stressful is occurring. It's usually when we're at work, I'm not even gonna lie. Xenon is the most prevalent at work, because the oven is stressful. Whenever a bunch of orders pop, that can be stressful. She switches in and she can be kind of quiet when she's not needing to speak. So I can get why people would think, oh, unfriendly. But usually that's how we end up co-fronting so often, is that I will be the social one whenever it comes down to it. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. You thought Zinc had the taser, but it's actually Xenon. That's how she gets you. Zinc, I'd say, is the more friendly of all of us. She is more bubbly. Asteria, I think you've interacted with all three of us at some point. I don't know how often you interact with Zinc. But Zinc is, I think, the easiest to talk to in person. I wouldn't say she's shy, she just doesn't come out very often. It's more of a... we haven't figured out what causes her to come to the front type situation. She's more like... I really don't know how to describe it. More so of a... She's around sometimes type deal. Like, she might co-front. Very often she will just kind of be in the background if we have music playing in our head, it's usually her. So I guess maybe she's like that friend who shows up every now and again, who gives really good advice, and then stops showing up for a while. But she's still around, she's just not very active, I guess. Always has the Discord setting set to yellow, whatever the yellow one is. Xenon's a tank, Zink's a mage, practices the combo of the two. Who's DPS? Who's DPS? Is that a banana or a moon? Is that a banana or a moon? Hold on. What is that? What is that? Okay. I was trying to get it to show me its ID tag and it wouldn't. Yes, I get to be DPS. Yay. The moon. I get to be DPS. Zink being the mage makes sense. I can also see Xenon being the tank. I know it's not quite accurate to our VTuber, what was meant to be our VTuber personas. I wasn't even supposed to factor into it. But that was mostly because we didn't know about me yet. I was always there, I just wasn't known. That's kind of weird to think about. We were always around, we just didn't know. Because this isn't something that really forms later in life. So we've been a system this entire time and just didn't know. It's crazy. Like, it makes sense. I think Xenon and Zink used to be... They used to go by different names, is our running theory. We were talking with our other friend who has DID, and they posed the question of, did they potentially go by different names and take on these new names when they became more relevant? And we think that is what happened. We're pretty sure they did go by different names, and then they switched, but we didn't know what those names were, really. It just kind of, you know, is a hindsight thing. I think I know which one you're talking about. It's been an interesting year. I don't think DID was in the bingo card for us, but we knew about it last year, at the very least. Yeah, it's nice to stream. Both me and Zink really like streaming. Xenon doesn't dislike streaming, she just does not have the energy for it half the time. It kind of feels unexpected, but then you look at it and then you're like, oh, you know what? That kind of makes sense. Like, there were two characters from the start that looked very similar and they weren't related to each other. Like, it kind of made sense. I don't know. Just knowing what we know. I haven't talked about Transformers yet. I forgot. Oh my god, guys, we got into Transformers. It's been really neat. We made a friend on Tumblr who was watching the series with their girlfriend. And at some point they're like, hey, you should watch Transformers Prime. And I was like, okay. Alright, it's on Tubi, we can watch it. So we boot up Tubi and start watching Transformers Prime, and holy shit, the show is great. It's like, it's animated so well. The animation gets so good that they actually went bankrupt. Well, they didn't go bankrupt. They blew the budget and had to cancel the show. But the animation got so good, they could not afford it. It was kind of crazy. The storyline, phenomenal. It's great. I recommend it. If you haven't seen it, like, I don't know if it's a good place to start for Transformers as a series. It's where we started and we're pretty alright, but the designs are very they're different from how the rest of the series is. They took heavy inspiration from the Bayformers movies, like the Bayverse movies, the IRL Transformers movies, which I've only really ever heard bad things about. They took inspiration from the designs from that. They don't look like those designs, but they took inspiration from like the more like gray color scheme, I guess. So it's like they call it the Unity universe, I guess, or like the, what's it called? The United Continuity, I think? Something like that. It's really good. I recommend it if you guys haven't seen it. Even if you have seen it, just watch it again. G1 is the original Transformers series. It is so funny. I don't know if it was meant to be as funny as it is, but half the time the way they deliver their lines is so like, it's either stilted as hell or it's like on point or deadpan, and it should not have been read deadpan, and it's so fucking funny that it was. Like a lot of the humor almost feels like slapstick. Like there's a scene early on where Megatron, who's like the big bad guy, just chucks like an energon cube, which is like their food source, at his second in command's head. His name is Starscream. He chucks the energon cube at his head kind of unprompted. And then Starscream like turns to look at him, like he doesn't say ow or anything, he just like gets hit in the head and then like turns to him. And then Megatron just like looks at him for like 5 seconds and then like just deadpans, "You disgust me." It's so fucking funny because pretty much everything is read like that. Oh god. There is a lot of ass grabbing. I do not know why. The characters will like pick each other up and they'll just like, I don't know, pick each other up in the weirdest positions possible. Oh yeah, one of the translators for the Russian version of the G1 animation was like, he published like a whole paragraph, like a whole page-long thing talking about how it was like such a honor to like translate the G1 animation into Russian. And then he randomly tacks on at the end that Megatron is his favorite character, and that Megatron is like such a cool guy. His only weakness is Starscream, and the fact that he doesn't just like kill him because he's like a problem and he's constantly betraying him, and then Megatron just lets it slide. And it's just like, he just randomly is like, Megatron is a cool guy who just has a weakness for pretty boys with squeaky voices. And that's how he ended the paragraph, and it's like, dude. Like, that does explain it. That does explain why he doesn't just kill him, but like, that is needlessly funny. It is like, I guess, yeah, that's one way to look at it. Megatron and Optimus Prime have their like notorious like weird, I don't know, like enemies to lovers to enemies again speedrun. Personally, I don't really care. That's just kind of like a thing that's happening. Starscream, I did not like Starscream in Prime specifically, but I do really like Starscream in the G1 animation. He's really funny. It's really funny. There is one episode where they put him in like an electric cage and he just randomly starts screaming like, "You can't keep me in here!" Ah! And the reason he randomly screams at the end is because they're supposed to animate him touching the bar and getting electrocuted. They didn't do that, so he's just randomly like doing this, like, "You can't keep me in here!" And then he just starts screaming. It is so funny. It was not supposed to be funny. But it was, and it's great. I also recommend watching the G1 animation, just because it is needlessly funny. Starscream was pretty terrible in Prime, but like, I think that was the point. Oh, right! The episode they put him in a cage, he got jealous of, the humans created a female Cybertron? I'm not really sure how that works. That like it takes them like 3 whole seasons to actually introduce like women to the race. Like Cybertronians are like predominantly male. And it took them 3 like seasons to actually introduce women. And they even make a point to have a character be like, females, I thought they were extinct. And it's like that line has just been stuck on Shockwave for like years. He's never living that down. But so the humans randomly invented this like this woman robot, and the Decepticons are like, "Oh, we can use that. It's a ninja." So they kidnap in Shockwave, yeah. They introduce this whole plot point of like this woman robot, and the Decepticons like immediately kidnap her and like change her programming to like fight for them, because she like didn't have any autonomy at this point. She didn't have any, it was confusing on if she was sentient or not, because she didn't seem to be. So at some point, Starscream's just like, I don't see what's the big deal about her. I think he's like, I don't think she's all that hot stuff or whatever. And Megatron just turns to him as like, she's hot enough to replace you. Which like, it's just like, okay man, like, line reads like that are what make it funny, but also the implication that Starscream is only second in command because Megatron thinks he's hot is kind of funny. Because I really don't think that's what they were trying to imply, but that that is one way you could look at it, and it is so fucking funny. God, the show is like all over the damn place. It's great. I have looked into some continuities of Transformers outside of like Prime and the G1. It's an interesting series. It's a very long-running series meant to sell toys. So whenever the toy line inevitably flops, the show kind of dies abruptly. Or you could do what Earthspark did, which is like their most recent iteration of the show, or like it was their most recent until they started doing, I think, something called Cyberworld. Or Cyberverse, it might be called. I think it's Cyberverse. Like, the writers went on strike, because this was around, like, 2023 when the writers were doing that. So they fired all of them and got new writers just in time for the second season, and the new writers didn't even try. They did not connect any plot points that were previously set in place by the first season. They made it needlessly confusing, and they retconned everything at the very end. So, you could do what Earthspark did, I guess, and just completely fuck up the show and then end it. Toy sales got really bad for that one too. Not great. I have no idea. I have no idea. Can the robots be bisexual? Do they even have a concept of gender since they don't come from Earth? Are they like... I don't even know. Like, they're... Cybertronians, do they have a concept of gender? It's debated on how they even reproduce. It depends on the continuity you're looking at, apparently. For some reason, the Bayverse movies, the live action shit, that they decided that they'd lay eggs. That's how they reproduce, is eggs. I don't know why. There's probably a thought that went into that for like 5 seconds at least. Yeah, apparently it's eggs. I don't know, I haven't really looked too far into it. I just know that apparently they lay eggs. Yeah, live action... I don't know. I never got into Transformers when I was younger because the live action movies, my brother told me they were shit. And I was like, yeah, okay. I didn't question it, I didn't look into it, I didn't have a reason to look into it. I was too busy watching My Little Pony, I think. So that's something. The IDW comics, there's 2 of them. The original run went from like 2001, I think, to like 2019. And it ended organically. They had a story and they finished it. And then I think in like 2023, they decided, let's start over. Let's do it again, but differently. And it's still ongoing. It's called Skybound, and people have mixed opinions on it. They keep killing Bumblebee. I have no idea. That's something. I just accidentally kicked something off the desk. Yeah, that happens quite a bit, where for some reason the Transformers movies, or just Transformers series in general, likes to introduce human characters we're also supposed to care about, and they just tag along. The G1 animation has a character named Spike. He's a human, and his dad, he's also a human. His name is Sparkplug. Fucking Sparkplug. We're supposed to care about them. It's just kind of become a running joke whenever I see like Spike or Sparkplug on like the episode, because they're in every episode. They're always palling around with Bumblebee or whatever, because Bumblebee's like almost the size of human. Yeah, the girls get normal names, but the guys all have weird as fuck names. And for some reason, these characters are introduced at a construction site, so they never change their clothes. They're always wearing construction uniforms. And sometimes they have construction hats on. So whenever something starts going wrong, depending on if they have their hat on or not, we're just like, oh god, if only they had their hat on. Or if their hat is on, we're like, god damn it, why is their hat on? Oh my god, it's so funny that you mentioned that. An issue that Transformers Prime had, because it did have a few issues. Like, I think it was a really good story. I really actually liked the human characters in that show. They were good. The downside is they kept getting celebrities to voice act some of the Decepticons. So, because they kept accidentally blowing the budget on their animation, they had to make cuts somewhere, and that ended up being some of the Decepticons who had expensive voice actors. So instead of, you know, sidelining them for a bit so they didn't have to pay them, they killed them off and just kind of rolled with it. So some characters were just, like, killed off for, I'd say, not really a good reason. Like, it would be kind of abrupt. Like, they would just die and then not get a conclusion to their arc. And then we'd find out that they did have an arc plan. Their voice actor was just too expensive, so they had to shift the plotline to someone else. Yeah, so some characters in Prime were killed off because they were too expensive to keep a hold of the voice actor. So, oops. It happened to 3 different characters, one of which didn't technically die. They just shoved her into a, like, cryognosis pod for a really long time. And then they didn't do anything else with her for, like, the entire 3-season run until, like, 1 episode in the 3rd season they brought her back, and then they lost her into space. They put her on the moon. And then we never see her again! So that was something. That was also one of the only female characters we had. Oops. There were like 2 whole females, 2 whole women. One of them is now lost on the moon. It's okay, she was evil or something though. Yeah, that was the other thing. There is a bit of cast bloat. There's, unfortunately, that's with every Transformer series though. There is cast bloat to hell and back. Prime, I thought Prime was bad with it. They had like, as Asteria said, like 30 Decepticons and 4 Autobots. They had like, well, there's probably maybe 6 Autobots. One of them dies in the first 10 minutes of the first episode to set the tone for the show. And then they never kill off an Autobot ever again. Well, I guess that's not technically true, but spoilers, I guess. Yeah, there's so many Decepticons though that it's kind of a miracle they don't kill anyone else. Like, the Decepticons killed more Decepticons than they ever did Autobots. I think they killed 1 whole Autobot. Everyone else was killed by each other. It was friendly fire. It was like, oh god. Yeah, not all actors are cut out for voice acting. At the very least, the ones that they had were okay at their job. Like, they weren't stand out or anything, but they weren't bad. They were just expensive because they were like famous actors. Yeah, no wonder they're the losing team. The other issue that they had, I did like that the Decepticons, who are the evil faction, they won sometimes. There was actually, I think, a lot more victories for the Decepticons than there was the Autobots. So the balance was actually pretty good. It wasn't just non-stop, the Autobots win, the Autobots win. And it's just kind of like, how are you even losing to the Decepticons? It's more of a... The Decepticons always have the upper hand, but when it needs to be, the Autobots will, like, get one over on them. But it's... Sometimes it's not even like a full victory. It's like a... They won the battle, but the war is still going type deal. So it's more of a... I don't know, that's why I like Prime, how it was written. Because the characters, you never really know which side is going to triumph at the end of the episode. But it's not that way in the G1 animation. In G1, the Autobots will always win. It is not even a question. It's kind of disappointing in a way. The Decepticons never win at all, but it's kind of confusing because the Decepticons arguably have smarter characters on their side. They're just not... Their issue is that the 2 people in the highest positions, Megatron and Starscream, are not very bright. They are leading everyone into a pit of death. Death and destruction, and everyone's just going along with it. Soundwave carries the team in pretty much every show he's in. He carries the team. That's why they can't show him on screen too often. In Transformers Prime, whenever Soundwave was involved in a mission, he succeeded in the mission. He had like a... I think he only lost twice. One was like, everyone lost in the situation, so that... I don't even know if that counts, because literally everyone got bodied by it. And the second one was at the very end of the show when they have to, like, you know, get rid of all the Decepticons. It made sense how they dealt with him. Like, it wasn't a bad ending, I guess, but he only really lost his objective twice. He was on top of it every other time they sent him into the field. So they just never sent him into the field. Because then he would be winning too much, because he's too competent at his job. And they don't have to pay a voice actor because he didn't fucking speak in that show. He has a vow of silence going on, so he doesn't say a damn word until, like, the 3rd season. And even then, he shares a voice actress with Megatron, so, like, it didn't even matter. They didn't have to pay anyone else, it's literally just Megatron's voice actor. You know, like, God. Yeah. He does have a cool gimmick in Prime where he talks, quote-unquote talks, using the voice clips of other characters. Like, he splices what other people are saying together and just plays that back for people. He kind of stops doing that in the latter half of the show, but for a while he was, like, splicing people's voice lines together, or just straight up playing what people said back to them, just to get his point across. But yeah, I told myself I wasn't going to get too far into the series. I said, yeah, it's just gonna be Prime. I'm only gonna watch Prime. Nothing else, because this is a really big series. It's been going on for literally years. I'm not gonna get into it. I don't have the mental bandwidth to get into another show like this. I know too much now. I'm at the point where a G1 character can show up, and G1 characters all look very similar. I recognize a lot of them. God. Sometimes a character will pop up and it'll be like, oh, is that? And then Asteria's just like, who? Oh yeah, there are 3 Starscreams. In G1, they, I guess just to save time designing characters, they came up with, like, I'm guessing they made Starscream first, and then they just copy-pasted him and changed the color palette. So you've got Starscream, Thundercracker, and Skywarp. And they all look very similar, except for their color palette, and they sound different. Starscream has a very high-pitched voice. And sometimes they will just, like, draw the wrong palette for them. It was really noticeable in one episode in season 1, where Starscream is standing next to Megatron, and then the scene pans out, and his color palette changes to Thundercrackers. Then it changes to Skywarps, back to Thundercracker, back to Starscream, and then it's back to Thundercracker again. They managed to flip the palette all within like 5 minutes. Constantly, like back to back. It was never the same in that 5-minute segment. It was like, y'all, why? Why did you even do this? Why did you make characters that were this easy to mix up? How did you guys mix them up? Like, how did this happen? I don't even know. They keep doing it too. They keep just introducing characters that look virtually the same except for their color palette. Sometimes they have explanations for it, and sometimes they don't. So that's fun. An interesting thing that happened is apparently Earthspark, I mentioned it a little bit earlier, that one is supposed to follow the same continuity as G1. But some of the characters flip genders between it, which has some funny implications that I don't think they ever actually touch upon. So, like, Skywarp is a woman in the Earthspark animation, whereas in the original G1, he was a man. But they flipped it, and they just don't explain how that happened. Yeah, Transformers! It happened with Ravage too. Ravage is a Cassetticon that Soundwave has. Ravage is a male in G1, but flips to female in Earthspark. They don't address that ever. Oh wait, it also happened to Frenzy. Frenzy also flipped genders. Like, most of the Cassetticons flipped genders, now that I think about it. I think Laserbeak stayed male the whole way through. But, yeah, most of the Cassetticons are flipped genders in Earthspark. And they don't ever really address how or why that happened, if it's supposed to be the same continuity as G1. I think this happened because the writers changed starting in Season 2. Because I don't think it was meant to be linked to G1 originally. But that was a retcon made in Season 2 going forward, which caused a bunch of confusion because what do you mean these are the same characters? What happened? Can you explain what happened? No? Okay, thanks. Also, they hard reset everything at the very end, so it didn't even matter. Yeehaw. They... I don't even know. It's just interesting. The series is interesting. If you ever look into the IDW comics, I talked about those briefly. They get kind of dark, like darker than the cartoon shows get, I think by virtue of the fact that they're not necessarily aimed at kids. They're usually a darker storyline. Characters die and they stay dead. But it's not even just like the bad guys that die. Sometimes the bad guys become good guys, and they may or may not die. It gets dark in several, like, instances. There was a running joke, apparently, in the first iteration of the IDW comic, the one that ran from, like, 2001 to 2019, I think. That one had a running joke, or maybe it was 2005. That one had a running joke that whenever something went wrong, it was Shockwave's fault. And it was a running joke because they didn't know for sure what was going on in the background. We didn't know why these things are happening, just they were happening. So blame it on Shockwave, because we also don't know what Shockwave is doing at this moment. Turns out everything that happened that was like horrible, like genocide and all that, that was Shockwave's fault. Surprise! Yeah. He's, like, unhinged, specifically in the IDW comics. Shockwave, not to be confused with Soundwave. There are two characters that have the, like, wave part on there. Yeah. It's only kind of confusing. Yeah, wave. They're like the only competent Decepticons in Transformers Prime. Shockwave and Soundwave are the only competent Decepticons. It's almost the same way in G1. They're like the only one. How would you compare him to Chorus? Let's see. If we're going by the manga, Chorus didn't get to kill anyone. He certainly tried, though. If you're going by the game, then it's not really close. I'd say Shockwave is definitely more of a villain. Yes, scientist in quotations. I think Shockwave might actually be more of a scientist, because I think he actually does science-related things. Chorus did that in the game, too. Chorus frees an entire city in the games and in the manga. The only time he didn't do it was the anime. It's probably a good thing he didn't do it in the anime because holy shit. They didn't have access to Kyurem in the anime, so they would have been burning people in the anime. They would not have been freezing people, they would have been straight up charring people. They didn't get that far in the plan though, they got arrested. Yeah, people probably died. I I think more people probably died in the manga than they did in the game. Just because in the game, one, you don't see anyone who's dead. Two, every single important building was missed. They didn't hit a single building. They did freeze the city. I'm pretty sure it was Opelucid City. They froze that one. But in the game, none of the buildings got hit. You could infer that he was intentionally not aiming at buildings, but they don't tell us that. They also don't tell you in the game that it's Chorus who did it until, like, later. That was a Generations animation thing we found that out from. Yeah, he did not. Yeah. Soundwave is too competent. Shockwave is basically the most fucked up one. Shockwave is only fucked up in the IDW comics. It is a common misconception that he's fucked up throughout the entire series. He's only mildly fucked up throughout the, like, the entire series. I'd say he's more of a... Like, he's got the intimidation factor, because he's, like, only got one eye. He's a bit of a Cyclops. He's also got a gun for an arm. And a lot of people will take the IDW explanation for that, where in the IDW comics, Shockwave went through something called Imperata, which basically... It was kind of like a lobotomy. They took his head, like he had a normal head at one point. He was also a senator at one point. They took his head, they took his arm, they painted him purple. And it was to kind of like diminish him, I guess, to make him a lesser being, quote unquote. And it's because they didn't like his political stance, basically. Like, he was too nice. At one point, he was like a very... From what I understand, he was like fighting for the rights of the people that don't have them, basically. And his opposition didn't like that, so they basically lobotomized him. And it ended up not working out at all. He became like... He has no capability for emotion anymore. He only runs on logic. He doesn't like... He runs on things based on logical explanation, which is kind of scary, because that means every fucked up thing he does, he could explain to you why he's doing it, why he thinks it's logical. Because he's only acting on logic. He doesn't have emotions anymore. They lobotomized him. So, like... Yeah! It's something that only in the comics, though. That is not a canon explanation for anything other than the comics. But a lot of people will run with it as if it applies to the entire series, when it does not. It only applies to the comics. Yeah! It's Help Soft Driver updated. It wants me to do something, but I'm not doing it. Go away. Don't you guys miss the pop-up sound effects that always play on our streams? It's great. They're like part of they're built in. Yeah, worse than evil. He does a lot of fucked up shit. Like, at one point he was a good person. He is no longer a good person. He is like... There is a fandom, like, tagline for him, and it is that he is worse than Satan. So that's something. Transformers is an interesting kid-centered it's a thing aimed at kids, but it is, like, horribly fucked up if you peel back the layers. From the get-go, it was kind of fucked up. You just didn't know that because they didn't really have a premise for it other than alien race comes to Earth and they fight each other. They didn't have a real plan for why the Decepticons and Autobots were fighting each other, just that one side was good and one side was evil. But even in the G1 animation, like, the Autobots are... questionable. Like... They are also very questionable. They're not, like, explicitly good. They're meant to be, but a lot of their actions are kind of dubious on a lot of... And like a lot of instances. They cause so much property damage and then just bail. Yeah, pretty much. They destroy a lot of human property and then just leave. Like, they stopped the Decepticons, we did it, let's go home, everything's on fire. Like, okay. They addressed that in season 2, where now the Autobots at least acknowledge they're going to help fix it. In season 1, they didn't do that, they just fucking left. Yeah! They were like, Power Rangers! We saved the city! And everything's on fire. It's like, alright. God. It's... yeah. They've got some interesting plot points going on. I don't know what... half the time we'll be like midway through an episode and like me and Asteria will turn to each other and be like, what the fuck is happening? What is the plot of this episode meant to be? We don't know. This is true. I think that was like a main plot point of the movie. Like the prequel movie. The prequel movie of Powerpuff Girls where they're like too destructive, so they have to like go to the moon. Yeah. I know a lot of people didn't like the Powerpuff Girls movie, but I thought it was neat. I really liked it. When I was a kid. I don't know if it aged well or not, but I liked it when I was younger. Yeah. G1 Transformers causing property damage for days. It's something. Sometimes the Decepticons just aren't even like evil. Like, they're meant to be evil, but they kind of just, I don't know. Sometimes they'll just team up with the Autobots because there's something else happening that they need to stop. And then they'll like make a point to have Megatron like talk loudly to someone nearby, usually Soundwave, and just be like, "Alright, get ready to betray them as soon as this like thing gets dealt with, we're gonna betray them." And then one of the Autobots overhears and they're like, "Betrayal? How dare?" And it's just like, alright. Okay. Sometimes the Decepticons almost win, and then they have to like pull some type of Deus Ex Machina out of nowhere in order to like have the Autobots get the upper hand, and then all of a sudden the Decepticons, they're very incompetent and falling over each other and accidentally shooting each other and shit. And it's like, alright, man. They have a specific runtime, and they need to wrap it up in that runtime, even if it does not make any sense. At the end of like one of the most recent episodes we watched, they had like a mini faction, the Insecticons, which are technically Decepticons, but they don't really act like it. They kind of just do their own thing. And it's like hit or miss if they're actually working with the Decepticons or not. There is no continuity between episodes, so yay. The Insecticons have kind of ping-ponged back between being Decepticons and not being Decepticons, but in the most recent episode we watched, they basically became bombs on accident, like they ate something they shouldn't have, and now they're going to blow up. And the Decepticons have to like, they're like teamed up with them still, but at some point the Insecticons go kind of power mad and they're like, we don't answer to anyone, and they like mind control Soundwave to like steal data, and it's like important data that the Decepticons wanted, but now the Insecticons have it and they're trying to take Soundwave with them because he's under their mind control. And the Autobots are like, don't let them escape, they're gonna blow up, they're gonna kill everyone when they blow up. And that's like a big thing, is that they might blow up. And so the Decepticons are like, oh my god, okay, they're stealing Soundwave, give him back, he's ours. And a funny thing about G1 is that some of them don't even turn into vehicles. Like, Megatron turns into a gun. He just straight up turns into a gun, and someone else has to shoot him. That's what happens in this episode. Optimus Prime, he's like, Megatron, turn into a gun, and Megatron, like, blinks at him because he just got thrown through a wall. And so, like, Optimus Prime, like, forcefully turns him into a gun. It's kind of funny. I think there's a gif of it, of him just rotating him into gun form. And then he, like, they have these, like, convenient neutralizers for the bomb component, and they put it in the gun, and they shoot 2 of them. And so 2 of them are no longer going to blow up, but the 3rd one is, like, resisting still. And so the human character, Spike, he's for some reason here, and he, like, runs up and, like, shoves the component into the Insecticon's, like, chest cavity. Which was kind of pointless, because the Insecticon blew up anyway. But surprise, it didn't kill everyone like the Autobots were saying it was going to. It didn't even blow up the building they were in. And the Insecticon is, like, in pieces on the ground. And it's like, oh my god, they actually killed one of them. Until the Insecticons are like, I bet you thought this did something. And then they, like, use a tractor beam to put the Insecticon that blew up back together. And it's like, what? Okay. I guess the only thing of impact that happened was Soundwave got thrown into a wall too. And so all of the data he collected while under mind control got corrupted. So no one won anything in the end. What was even the point? Hydrate. Foster chick. Is Star Wars the same way? Man, how the mighty have fallen. But yeah, that's the Transformers thing. I think since it's almost 2:40, we should probably call it here as a stopping point. I think we've gone over everything. We got to ramble about Transformers. That's an interesting way to put it. Yeah. I gotta figure out. I don't think I'm gonna send a raid. I'll do that next time. I gotta figure out how to do that. But I think I'm gonna call it here. I don't know if Xenon's coming back to the front, starting to get randomly tired. That might be what's happening. Talked about Transformers too hard. Talked about Transformers too much and activated stress response. You're good, Ray. Don't worry about it. Let's see. I don't think there's anything else we need to talk about. I think we've gone over everything. The rebranding that isn't really a rebrand, it's more of a soft reboot. We're gonna make that PowerPoint at some point. We just gotta get the motivation for it. Roommate update! Did we go over the roommate update? I mentioned it briefly. We're getting a new roommate. 2 new roommates, technically. So we're swapping Winry. Yeah. I don't know if there's too much more to go into with it. It'll hopefully, with 4 people in the apartment, bring our rent down a little bit so that we're not all paying like $450, $499, whatever we're doing. Hopefully that works out. Winry is doing alright too. She, I think, has already found somewhere. She's, I think, going to tour the place sometime soon. Last I heard. I'd need to ask again. Yeah, money's been not great. That is one of the things that was just kind of not going well. Everyone's money situation is just really poor. As a combination of just hours and bills. But I think things are starting to turn around now. I gotta water King Arthur. I gotta remember to do that. But yeah, I think that was everything. If I think about something we can just cover in the next time we stream, we do plan to stream. I mean, it could be a mic, just like chill right here for a bit. This could be a mic. Hydrate. I think we should probably be able to get another stream in this week at some point. Maybe we'll actually get to play a game. I think it should be alright. We thought about doing the like pre-recorded gameplay stuff, but honestly, I think it's just a mixture of we're all trying to play games that the other wants to play. So I think that might have been part of the issue too. Was just sometimes we would want to play a game that, or we would set aside a game to play and then realize it's not a game that we want to play. We do all somewhat have different preferences. I'm pretty sure Zink's the one that likes playing Harvest Moon. I like Pokemon. Xenon, I think, likes Splatoon, but the problem is Xenon doesn't like to multitask. So if she's playing Splatoon, she does not also want to be talking, which is part of where that issue comes in. Yeah. We'll figure something out along the way. We're gonna make a PowerPoint about our favorite Pokemon character. You guys got a hint earlier. It's gonna be a doozy of a PowerPoint. We haven't worked on it yet. We still gotta. We've had like two months, but we procrastinating, trying to figure out how to structure everything going forward. But we're gonna figure it out. I think if we can manage it, we should maybe have the PNGs done by the next time we stream, assuming we don't stream tomorrow or today, technically. We might be able to stream at some point. I don't know, maybe we could stream on Wednesday. We can definitely stream on Thursday just because we have that day off as a result of hours getting cut. We'll have Thursday off too. We have today, technically, it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, my dudes. We'll have today, so if we could manage it, we could maybe stream again. We could maybe stream on Wednesday, because we get off at... when do we get off? Like 9, I think? Oh! Man, I just realized. Wednesday is both Winry and Asteria's day off. Okay, damn. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure out how to get home. But, yeah. Thursday we have off. We can stream that day. We should be able to work on the PNGs at some point, assuming Xenon comes back to the front. She probably will. She's at the front more often than not. If we had to figure out who the host of the system was, it's probably either me or Xenon. Probably not Zink, because she's almost never around, but I guess that doesn't really mean anything. It could still be her. We don't know. I don't know if we need to know, but yeah, I'm hungry, so I think we're finally at a point where we can call the stream. Wow, 4-hour stream. It's been a while. That's longer than we were at work on Sunday. We got out early because of labor. Yeah. Yay. Okay. But yeah, thank you guys for sticking around and for making it to stream. I know it was kind of last minute with all the weather and stuff. Thank you guys for not like reacting badly to the DID stuff. We did have at least one person we know not react the greatest to it. We're gonna work on stream stuff some more, so hopefully going forward into the future we'll be at least a little bit more consistent with it. Maybe we won't make a full return to streaming where we stream like several days a week, but we're gonna try to stream at least more than once every few months. But yeah, no idea when the next time we stream is. It'll be Thursday at the latest. So yeah, thank you all for sticking around. Hopefully we'll see you next time, whenever that might be, and hopefully we have the PNG sorted. I don't remember how I normally end streams. Please mind the gap when departing. Farewell. See you guys later. Oh god.